Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the NEC, the UK Games Expo, live here from Birmingham for today's Battle Spirit Saga convention event. My name is Ben Bluey Fitzpatrick, and I am joined on casting debut with the lovely Poker Taj. Taj, how you doing, mate?
Yeah, good. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, welcome. This is going to be a pretty awesome tournament for us, Battle Spirit Saga. Super excited to be here next event. We're looking forward to this weekend's play. So today we've got the Battle Spirit Saga convention event. Really exciting to see what people bring. We've had a couple of recent tournaments. We've had the German event last week, Palm Springs a few weeks ago. Different decks winning things. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what people are looking forward to.
Speak about that event forecast, and I suppose we can go into a little bit of what we're hoping to see, because it's interesting with an event like this as well, right, where there's obviously with the grand opens we've had over the past month or so, big cash prize tournament events, even dating back to the launch event all the way back in February that we played in that one. How important are events like this for a game like Battle Spirit Saga, where the pressure's a little bit further off, but you're still playing on the backdrop of these massive events? Obviously you've got just in front of us at the casting position, we've got the Digimon Regional going on, all the Battle Spirits guys are behind us. How important is it for players to get themselves into that kind of competitive mindset, with it still being an element of, I suppose, enjoyment or like casual play in a way?
Yeah, I think because Battle Spirit Saga is just a brand new game, there's going to be a lot of new players coming into it who've never been in that tournament environment before. So as you say, the perfect experience for people to understand what it's like being in a tournament, in a convention area with lots of big games going on around you. What involves round by round play. It's totally different to a store
Battle
tournament.
Spirits players, your timer starts now.
So yeah, I think it'll be a really event. How people cope with the pressure, I suppose, of being in an event like this.
I just heard there from the PA announcement that the timer is starting. We are just getting our players set up to our right-hand side of us at the streaming area. What kind of, you asked me about some different things about who have been topping and have been doing well across the two different regions, in Palm Springs in the North American region, and obviously in Germany last week for Europe. What kind of decks are you expecting to be on display here?
Yeah, I mean, in Germany it's quite interesting. We saw the purple deck come top, and there were 3 purple decks in the top 8, I think. Palm Springs was more white and red, we saw. I think there's going to be an element of aggro. White's obviously still going to be, with its control element as well, quite dominant. So it's interesting. I don't know, because of this is a slightly different environment to those two different events. So I think we will trying different things and new things. But I think we're going to see some aggro for sure. I think purple, because of it doing so well last week, people might have decided to start. That is definitely one of the stronger colours. So I'm expecting to see potentially purple looking good, maybe red aggro come out top as well. We'll see what happens.
I think that's the beauty of it as well, with it being right on the bottom floor of this card game. There are so many different kind of mechanics that people are getting their heads around, different strategies that people are exploring, and everything seems like relatively viable. And even in this sort of base level, like floor sense, every deck seems to, when they're accomplishing their primary strategy, so obviously you're saying they're about the purple control decks, the purple core denial, that's a deck that we've been on for quite some time. White control, white aggro, you would have thought when you've got your X-rays, we were speaking yesterday I think, with your X-rays like Enterprise and Derm Dino have some great reward for locking board states down, but then you can turn that completely on its head and go, here's a load of small little machines that are going to zoom around and just ping away your life cores.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think as people are playing more and more at their local stores as well and practicing, they're starting to see there are different synergies and different combos they can play. And I think at the launch event, what we saw a lot of was people sticking to the one colour, maybe splashing a little bit of another colour. But people are getting braver about doing more colours now, because not necessarily, you have that reduced on-play cost, having this colour synergy. But if you do mix the colours, you can get some newer combos going as well. So people are experimenting a lot of new combos coming out, and decks playing different things. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what people.
Yeah, that's a great call, because I remember doing research before into the event. We saw some of the lists that were coming out of those grand open events had like core theft being splashed in white decks. You had Burning Force we've seen a lot of as a sideboard staple for starters, but even being included in main decks of like purple and things like that. So it is a really unique balance. And obviously you're saying there about the cost reduction system. It obviously promotes players sticking to that one colour, but there's nothing saying that you need to take that as gospel, so to speak.
Exactly, and the more turns that go on within a game, the more chance you've got of splashing those colours in, being able to exploit that, and potentially catching your opponent out, not expecting a certain card in your deck. So I think the longer we go on in each game, the more turns we have, the more we're going to see some experimentation going on, people splashing different colours. And don't forget, we've got sideboards as well that people can utilise. I think it's a really important element that once people play that first round, they'll know ready for it. Second round sideboarding.
Well, it looks like that our two players are set up, ready to go for round one. We believe it's going to be 4 rounds in today's convention event. We'll get the jitters out of the way early for this weekend. So we have Han at the top of our screen, looks like he's playing a white deck, and we've got Michael at the bottom of your screen there playing yellow, starting things off with a Blessed Cathedral and setting a card into the burst. Not a bad start for white to see that in your opening hand.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really good start there for the yellow player. So the white player does to respond. But yeah, solid start there.
Looks like it might be a look like aggro actually for Han at the top of the screen. Looking at the cards in hand, we see dropping the Pegasus Scion down there. That was a card that we were actually talking about just before we went live here on stream. Something that could be really, really devastating with that Soul Core on. We now see the second core going onto Pegasus Scion, so it is level 2. Swinging in will take the first life of the convention event as the turn passes to Michael. And remember now that Pegasus Scion at level 2 is going to be able to block spirits with 2 or fewer cores on them because it's got that Soul Core on it.
Good early play there, and as you say, that's a really good start because, as you say, having that extra core on there means now as cores are restricted in the first few turns, it means that can be a block very easily for the first turn.
So, here's an interesting card that I've not seen included in a lot of lists actually. I believe that's Arcana Knight Hex in the middle of Michael's play area there. 4 cost 3 reduction. It's currently level 1, so it is 4,000 BP. And during your attack step, draw a card when your life increases. That's going to combo really nicely with the Hippocampo to the left-hand side of that with that Blessed ability that we were talking about again before the stream went live.
Yeah, Blessed is fantastic. It allows you to get an extra core in your life from your void. So you're ramping, first of all, you're getting your life up and you're ramping your cores up quickly as well. And I think that's an important element of this game. Cores are vital. Getting as many cores as quickly as possible. Sometimes you do want to lose life early on just to be able to tap into those extra cores to be able to give you a bit of an advantage. You see players willingly take life to drop down to 2 or 3 just to be able to utilize those cores early game to get an advantage.
That's what Michael's doing exactly here. They're both the attacks from the Bullet Ray and the Pegasus Scion are going to be allowed through. So it is 2 life now, I believe, for Michael. Han is still untouched on 5 life. But we are still in that step. Now is going to be passed over to Michael. He's looking to try and get himself swinging in, or at least maybe committing some of those cards in for any blocks to come and draw out from that Pegasus Scion with the Soul Core on it. Obviously, Blessed Cathedral triggering as soon as your place called when you ramping cores as soon as a spirit is destroyed. It has to be yellow. Now go to attack step. Blessed is going to trigger because the life has been taken. And there is going to be a draw trigger there as well.
The Cathedral in hand by the looks of it.
And the see now, Nexus is going to be bounced away to the hand. That is going to be a green bomb, I believe. Out from hand, played in the flash step. Passed back over to Han once again. Interesting little board state we've got going on here in this early stages. There's not too many kind of on-board threats from either opponent. Han probably in the more comfortable position with that Pegasus now sitting a burst card as well, and that Bullet Ray being able to just swing in quite easily with such few cores being committed to it. In hand, got another Ray, Regain as well as an option there for Han. One coming down onto the Thrashing is going to be another Ray. This becomes an opportunity for Han to try and just run away with things and swarm forward quite nastily. Obviously, that Hippocampo is exhausted, so it's not going to be able to block. Bullet Ray is going to swing as we go to attack step. Life is going to be triggered, and there is Absolute Ice Shield, a card that is become an absolute staple of any competitive deck in this game with its brilliant ability. As soon as life gets taken, flip that burst card over, pay the 4, and the battle step is ended.
Those of you new to this game, Absolute Ice Shield is a staple in every deck. No matter what color you're playing, its burst effect is absolutely. People play 3 to 4 in every single deck. You put it in your burst. It essentially ends your opponent's attack phase once you take a life from you. Really useful card, and as it did there, it slowed down Khan's attack there and immediately ended. Yeah. Back over to Michael. Again, with Michael's early play, he's got a few extra cores in play, so we'll see what he can place with that.
Yeah, but he's been dumping. At the moment, he's got 3 cores on the Campo. He's got, looks like 3 on the Blessed Cathedral, so that means that's now on level 2, giving it draw a card whenever one of your yellow spirits is destroyed during either attack step. Now we're going to see another one of the Night Hexes. It looks like electing not to have that Nexus to level 3 yet. It's just use the cores from the Blessed Cathedral to pay for the Hex, which is now at level 2. So that's 5,000 BP. And the Hippocampo is at 4,000 BP with Blessed, but that's not going to be an option for Michael here, as he's passing the turn straight back over to Han. Just count up a few cores, move some around, possibly close out this game 1. Bullet Ray for the 3rd time coming down. That's 4 potential swings, going to boost it up, equal perfect core count there as well to boost it up to level 2. Now we are into attack step. There are cores available to Michael if he wants, because remember, you
Digimon players, just make sure that you do not leave your seats until you have received your participation. That's all of it. Oh, sorry. Please make sure that you do not leave your seat until you have got all of your participation.
Still is an option to activate any flashes out from hand. Here comes a second Bullet Ray to swing in. Decisions to be made for Michael. He's got 2 blocks to utilise if he wants it. 2 life as well to play with, because obviously that extra life was negated from the Absolute Ice Shield that was popped the turn before. There's the second life being taken. Bullet Ray number 3 is going to swing in. Michael, no choice but to block here. Just a little bit of a conversation happening between the players as well in post block flash. I believe this is now dropping, I think it's Exhaust Nexus being played down. Now, a little conversation between players and judges alike. It's definitely Exhaust Nexus, which reduces the battle points of all opponent spirits by 3,000 during this turn. So that gives a nice little buffer. Now, here comes, I think that's Suppression on the side of Han in response. So that will essentially, I believe, cancel out the Exhaust Nexus that was just casted. Or
Question is, are those now destroyed because that reduction?
yeah,
Yeah, they've now taken 1,000 people, moving those cores.
Ah, okay, I see what you mean.
Yep.
So it looks like what's happening here there is just like you said there, is that the Exhaust Nexus has popped off first. Remember, if spirits are reduced their BP to 0, they are destroyed as well as the core reduction effect. If there are no cores on a spirit, then it's destroyed. Now here comes an Angelic Pressure. So let one of your opponent's spirits reduce its BP by 3,000, and that's going to drop the Pegasus as well. and in response, regain from Han. So this is a really great back and forth turn between the two players in flash steps and in flash effects.
Definitely. Michael using those flash effects to great effect there. Pretty much wipe Han's board down to one spirit. Considering how strong a position Han was in there, 4 spirits on board. Han obviously a bit of a misplay removing those cores meant that two of their own spirits ended up being destroyed. But you know, it's early in the game. People are still learning the effects, and obviously that reduction had meant that by removing those cores, you reduce less 0, which meant spirits were destroyed. 2 ways your spirits can get destroyed is obviously, well, 3 ways actually. One is not having any cores on them. One is reducing the BP to 0 or less, and the other is obviously losing in battle or blocking or attacking.
So now we are on the side of Michael's turn currently with the amount of cores that he has in turn. He's just played a freezer tail as well. A cute little foil koala as well there. I can see the shine being shown there by the overhead camera. During either attack step, draw a card when one of your spirits that costs 2 is destroyed in battle, and bang! Here comes the God Beast Behemoth as well, and this is a really fun card. I've actually been playing myself a little bit with Yellow. Played it in the launch events in the stores a few months ago, and being able to drop this card out is really, really effective. Of course, why don't you tell us about its primary effect and the way that Michael has actually been able to get that card out so quickly?
Yeah, so when summoning the spirit from your hand, you may use the symbols of any spirit cards in your trash that cost 2 in addition to the symbols on your field to reduce it. This is at 8 cost with a 6 reduction. So you can use those spirits in your trash to help reduce the cost of bringing it out, which is why this has come out so quickly. And then obviously when it's a level 2 or level 3, and it attacks your spirits that cost 2 cannot be blocked by your opponent's spirits at level 2 or higher during this turn. Really gives Michael the advantage now that's come out. Yellow really does play a lot with 2 spirits, and this is really going to change the dynamics of this game, I think.
It now gives Han something a lot more to think about. We see a lot of cores being dumped onto both the Bullet Ray and also the spirits to the right-hand side of the Bullet Ray. I can't quite make out what that spirit is with the over on the far side of the board there. It's 1 drop yellow, white spirit that's got 5 cores on it, including a Salm core. We are in Han's turn currently, just waiting.
It's Head Snow Librarian by the looks of it. Yep. It comes in, it's a 2 costs with a 1 reduction. Level 1, 2, 3. When this spirit attacks or blocks, place a core from your trash into your reserve. If you place a soul core to reserve with this effect, this spirit gains 3,000 BP.
Okay. Yeah, this is a card I'm very, very familiar with now. I played against this card in that very same store tournament launch event, and that soul core movement is no joke, as we see Michael get a second Blessed Cathedral down, as well as looks like that's a War Eagle over on the far right, Jewel Eagle I should say. It's another Blessed Spirit, and it is bumped up to level 3, so that means that Blessed Spirits cannot be blocked by opponents' level 1 spirits. As we are now back over to Han with an auto gunner that is at level 1. Now the core's boosted on into level 2, so won't have to worry about that Jewel Eagle level 3 effect on the following turn if Han wants to start swinging. But this is how quickly this game can change as well, Taj. We've got, all of a sudden, we look like Han was in a really comfortable situation, 3 or 4 low-cost aggro spirits against just the 1. Then all of a sudden, drop a couple of flash steps in there, flash effects in there, reduce the board presence, and now we've got a real stalemate between these sort of really small but often kind of attackers against one big God Beast and a couple of other little support cards as well.
Yeah, and this is what I love about Battle Spirit Saga is, first of all your spirits come in, they can immediately start attacking and blocking. There is no like summoning effect sickness where you can't for a turn. No, straight away these guys can start coming in and doing things. The flash effects amazing as well. The dynamics of this game can change very quickly, as we have seen here. We're going through these turns, more and more cores are coming out, and they can start doing more adventurous things to keep their board state going. time where we had Michael down to 1 life, still is very low on life, just to 1 life, but Michael's got that ability to get life back up as well. Interesting going forward. One still on 4 life, but again, that doesn't mean anything. 5 versus 1, this yellow deck can start bringing those life totals back up again.
So now we're going to see Michael at the moment try and fortify his board with a blessed kind of strategy that he's going for here. You see he's got double dual eagle on board, God Beast as well. Looks like that's at level 2 with the 2 cores on it, as well as a Hippocampo, which is a blessed spirit on the far left hand side. In attack step 1, dual eagle is going to swing in, and with life gain we are going to see a burst from Han's side. That is another dream bomb. So the burst effect, when you lose life, select one of your opponent's nexuses and return it to their hand. You may then pay the card's cost to activate the flash effect of bouncing a spirit. I think that's what Han is just tossing up here, and he is going to choose the God Beast Behemoth. I think that was a necessary play to have to make there from Han's side of the field. Remember, we are still in Michael's attack step. That was just a burst effect in response to life being lost, but now that God Beast can't come back out, it looks like it's just going to be in a concession of the turn from Michael's side of the field. Big use of the burst effect there from Han.
Absolutely, yeah. We know Michael can get that back out again next turn very quickly because of the way it comes out, but yeah, it's good to get that out for turn, especially now going into Han's attack phase. Great movement. Burst effect.
And we saw a freezer tail as well a couple of turns before from Michael's side of the field, hit the discard pile, so that's another 2-cost spirit in there as well to help with the core reduction. We now see in the main step of Han, we see a Snowflaken come down over on the far right, well I suppose the far left if you're looking at it, top down, Han's far right, with just the 1 core on it. It does have armor red at the moment, but that's not going to put too much worry into Han's mind or Michael's mind in this stage. An easy trade there and a draw off of the Blessed Cathedral after the Hippocampo goes down. Now we are going to see that Librarian swing in, not using the Soul Core effect. In response, it is going to be that Angelic Pressure to reduce that BP and send that one to the discard pile. And now just big decisions to have to make once again. Automatic Gunner is going to swing, blocked by the War Eagle, and War Eagle will go down. And the 1 life is going to be taken away from the Bullet Ray to drop Michael down to 1 again. Michael's not too worried about going down to that 1 life though. He knows that God Beast that's in his hand is going to be able to drop right back out onto the field of play if he so wants to. All rested for Han as well. Here comes just a little 3 drop out. It's going to be reduced as well. 3 cores on that one on the far right hand side. There's the God Beast now to drop in. Like you said earlier in the call there of this game one, there is no sort of negation of attacking just as soon as that spirit gets played down. No burst on the field for Han either. I think there is a lot of cores in reserve, however, yeah, it is reserve that's to the right-hand side as we're looking at it top down. Warrior going to swing in there as well, reducing to 1. Blessed is going to trigger. God Beast will swing in, and that is going to be the end of game 1. Michael is going to take it from what looked like at the start of the game back to the wall kind of stuff, but managing to claw that one back. Some really great utilisation of the flash abilities out from hand, sequencing them well as well, and Michael going into game number 2 with the advantage.
Yeah, both players use flash effects really well there. You can obviously see that Michael's really been practicing the deck and knows the mechanics of it really well. Both players, yeah, interesting battle there. Went on for quite a few turns. So I thought it would end a lot sooner than it did. But yeah, really great stuff there. So we'll see what the players decide to do now with their sideboards. Always interesting that we can utilize those 15 cards in your sideboard. Now you know what your opponent's
Bandai players, please make sure when you have finished your game to clear the walkways so judges can see ongoing games. Please make sure to clear the walkways.
It's not going to be useful against this deck, so maybe you want to pull out those cards which are armor and not specifically against yellow. So yeah, we'll see what both players do here. But really interesting first game, round there.
Yeah, I think Snowflake, and you can see there actually the hand, just as we're talking, is pulling out the Snowflakens to get rid of in the sideboard, as well as it looks like Ice Mate Fooler cards that are getting brought out from the sideboard. I was just thinking on trying to look and quickly go on my research about the second ability of Snowflaken as well at the level 2, but that targets more red continuously and also purple as well. Select one of your opponent's spirits with Confront or Curse and return it to your hand for those who are not maybe as familiar with the game and are just tuning in for the first time. So those cards absolutely not necessarily going to be helpful in this yellow matchup. It looks like that Derm Diner is being brought out of the sideboard. That's an interesting card to put into the sideboard for white. I suppose when you're at that more aggressive kind of build, Derm Diner inherently quite a slow card. The level, the effects at any level when this spirit attacks, pay its soul core and select one of your white spirits for each nexus it controls, and the selected spirits can't be blocked. And then during either attack step in level 2 or 3, when this spirit will be destroyed by your opponent's effect, pay a core and you keep it on the field refreshed. So that's probably just going to try and answer that God Beast as well. Big beefy board state to try and say, look, you're going to try and swing in with this high level BP. I'm going to be able to block it, and if I'm getting it up to level 2 or 3, it's going to stay around as well for you to have to keep an eye on. So it'll be interesting to see how this second game pans out with the sideboarding choices being made.
Absolutely. I mean, white's very strong against controlling purple and red, as you say. The yellow matchup is now about, look, I need to go out there, I need to press on. And as you say, by sideboarding that card in, it means that you get more attacks through, it can't be blocked, and gives a bigger beast out there, a bigger spirit out there as well. So yeah, interesting decision, very good decision by Harm there to sideboard there and see how this second game goes now.
Yeah, both players you can see there just shuffling up, getting everything ready. We are in round 1 of 4 here at the UK Games Expo live from the NEC in Birmingham. We've got Digimon Regional over just in front of us, just over eye shot of our monitor in our casting position here. That one looks like it's just cleaning up in round 1. The Battle Spirits players are behind us in round 1. After the conclusion of the convention event here for Battle Spirit Saga, we will have the rest of the day's play for the Digimon Regional to be able to be watched. Whilst throughout the weekend, we will be back actually across the weekend with the One Piece Birmingham Regional Championships across Saturday and Sunday. That's going to be really, really exciting to get your teeth into. A lot has developed in that game, but of course we've got Battle Spirit Saga to keep an eye on and enjoy at this stage. And with set 2 and the new starter decks just on the horizon as well, so the reveals being shown for that one. Looks like this game is only going to have the opportunity to cross.
Digimon players, you have 10 minutes remaining on the round. That's 10 minutes on the round, Digimon.
So both players just drawing their opening hands. Of course, the start of game procedure is the drawing 4 cards. Get to look at your hand and decide if you want to keep or mulligan. If you want to keep, you get the reward for it. You get an extra card before your draw step, as the draw step is now taken for Michael, and that top deck put straight away off into the burst zone, and a similar turn 1 play for Michael. Blessed Cathedral into the Nexus zone, or is that Blessed Cathedral actually? Because that
no, that's not.
That's Phantasmal Paradise actually. It looks like, just immediately assuming there that your 4-drop yellow Nexus is going to be Blessed Cathedral, but no, this is Phantasmal Paradise, which is a really interesting card here, and a good card to include in this sort of Fabled Beast tribal deck. When you summon a Fabled Beast, you exhaust the Nexus to draw a card during your main step. If you bump it up to level 2, all Fabled Beasts get an extra 1000 BP boost. So that's going to cause some interesting maths to be put on, especially once we get to that top end of the game when there's God Beasts are facing off against Derm Diners, as immediately Han going to put a couple of low cost spirits there, Bullet Ray, one of the 2 that are being turned sideways to life, happily being taken from Michael to allow the extra cause to be accelerated. Now we're on his turn. That Nexus is going to be turned sideways with the Hippocampo being played down, getting that extra card advantage, opportunity to put that life back from where it came from as well. If we want to go from Blessed, of course, that life does come from the Void, not from the Reserve. If Hippocampo starts swinging in and the Blessed attack goes through, sizing up an option here, and it is going to be a follow-up play once again of that Arcana Knight Hex. That is an Otherlander, so at the moment, both, I don't believe, are no Fabled Beasts at the moment on field to take advantage of any level 2 effects. Life is going to be taken here as we go to attack step. Blessed is going to trigger, and that is going to trigger the Arcana Knight Hex as well, drawing a card when life increases. And that is...
Nexus is just being bounced again.
Yeah, there goes the Dream Bomb. Getting rid of that Nexus as well. Important to make sure that, especially with this yellow deck that does like and just combine well off of Nexus itself, and purple have a really great Nexus relationship with other spirits and other effects from Flash and things like that, as we see a card going into the burst zone for Han.
That's his absolute ice shield because he had that in hand. What's interesting, what you play is Battle Spirit Saga, if you don't know how it works, Nexuses are permanents that stay on the field and have a continuous effect. The good thing about Nexuses is you don't need to have a core on them to keep them in play.
Yeah.
But when you do have cores on them, you can level them up. And you can also stack Nexuses as well, and they can trigger multiple times depending on how many you've got. It'd be really useful. Nexus control is... Controlling Nexus is a huge thing in the game at the moment.
We are now seeing a Headstone Librarian Saga ability being used, but that's going to trade off and go to the trash with the blocking from the Hex, it looks like now. I think it's Heavy Tank Curiosity that is swinging in. Just the one core on it, so the level 2 effect is not going to trigger. That would have been during either attack step when your Mecha Spirits will be destroyed by opponents' distraction effects. They remain on the field exhausted instead, and that itself is going to get its BP reduced and sent to the discard pile away from, I believe that is Angelic Pressure. Second swing from a second head Librarian is going to activate as well. And we are now going to pass the turn over to Michael. So it looks like 4 life to 2 at the moment. Han with the life advantage. Now here comes that formerly bounced Nexus over on Michael's side, as well as following up with an extra spirit just to try and keep up the pressure. You see in the hand there, I think from Michael, I think there was 2 Burning Force there for Michael in hand. We're loading up some cores, promoting up to level 2. See when you go to attack step where the swings are going to come from. So Hippocampo is going to be the first swing. That is a 4,000 BP spirit. That swing's going to go through, trigger Blessed, and trigger the Nexus resting and draw a card. Now the far right spirit will swing in. Life is going to be taken, no burst triggers. Now here goes Arcana Knight Hex.
Fighting now whether to take that life or not.
You have to take the life in order for any absolute ice shields to trigger. And life is going to be taken, and no absolute ice shield is going to be played. So remember as well that for absolute ice shield to be able to be played, you have to have started on 2 life, and when you take that life, you have to still have 1 life remaining in order for that second life to be rejuvenated, because as soon as the life is taken to reduce you to 0, it's game over. It's not like a game like One Piece, for example, where you can play with being able to take that extra life on board, but still have to do 1 piercing swing to be able to end the game. Interesting decision from Han's side of the field. I have to see what that burst is over on his side. Absolute Ice Shield now is going to be utilised from Michael to stop any attacks. The cores being played from the spirits that are currently on board. So we'll undoubtedly see the turn being passed over to Michael. That's Pentan being drawn off of the top, a personal favourite of a lot of players in the Battle Spirit Saga community. I don't think you can say no to a cute penguin in a top hat, as he is going to be played down as well. All hail Lord Pentan already early on in the day's play. Here comes a second as well, a Pentan army being showed off here, and then comes Godby's Behemoth as well, and it looks like Writing's starting to send itself
Bandai
on
players,
the
for anyone
as well.
interested in the
That
One
is
Piece
a
card
Fable
game,
Beast
We are running buddy battles starting from 11 a.m. today. That is buddy battles starting from 11 a.m. If you are interested, please come to Tournament HQ to sign up. That's One Piece card game. We are playing some buddy battles starting from 11.
Regain as well in post-block flash step. Have a little bit of a discussion here about the correct timings of the flash, because there are two separate flash steps. You have a pre-block flash step, so once the attack is declared, you have an opportunity to activate any flashes. Then once the blocks are declared, then you have another opportunity to activate flashes.
Digimon players, please clear the walkways if you have finished your games.
That is going to be absolute ice shield, and there we go. There is that misplay that we were talking about, and that is going to be the game concluded. Michael, it looks like, is going to take home round one in this convention event.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, on there again, a bit of a misplay. This happens quite often in new games.
Yeah.
If you haven't had the opportunity to practice, not understanding what Absolute Ice Shield does, Arne made the misplay thinking that they could play the Ice Shield with just one life left, and obviously it's cost them dearly here. You know, could have activated the Ice Shield earlier and potentially another turn out. But no, Michael, fantastic turn there, getting all of those spirits out. Yeah.
And even the trigger of the Ice Shield, the turn before, as soon as I think you can I think Michael kind of recognised in the back of his head that once that extra life was taken and that Han was only down to one, that negates that worry of any ice shields in the burst zone, or if it is, then it is what we've said and what's happened, that it's just one of those things where you've misplayed and not quite understood, which has been a common misplay and a common thing that's occurred to happen because of that difference, that slight nuance between a game like this and a game like One Piece, where you have to deal a piercing blow to end the game. But Michael recognising that, realising, okay, I can flip this ice shield over quite happily, flood my board up really quickly, and just continue to just pressure, and whatever happens in that hand doesn't really matter in the end of it.
Exactly, and it's important. I think the easy way to remember in Battle Spirit Saga is everything has to have a core in order to survive, and that includes you as a player as well. If you lose your last core, you essentially dead.
Yeah.
That's how it works here. Great round one, really enjoyable game there. Thought it was going to be quickly over for the first turn, but yeah.
And that's the thing, is that he's done really, really well to sort of, and we go back to the intricacies of this game in terms of the flash steps and different things that different tools can be utilised. Being able to just continue to combo off and get the flashes, be able to sequence them properly as well. That's a big key, is being able to just have that mindset of going, okay, I know exactly when I need to put those flash steps in, and whether it needs to be pre-block or post-block as well. Then be able to respond, flood the board up quite nicely, and take home the game one as well. We'll see if we can get a word with Michael at all to finish off the coverage of round one. But again, we'll continue to say it, because I think that it is something that needs to be said for this game while it's still in its infancy. But it is a great display, and these events are brilliant for players to be able to get an opportunity to play around and have the games and the cards in hand, play in this kind of event and this kind of atmosphere, and experience the game for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes the pressure can get to you as well, being in an environment like this. So, you know, it's good to be able to get that experience under your belt and learn from it, and go to your next tournament a lot more confident. So, yeah, a couple of misplays there. But again, it's all about learning, and this game has got so much going on, because there's two flash phases, you know, pre-block.
Digimon players, that is time on the round. Digimon players, that is time on the round. You have 3 turns or 5 minutes of overtime. Judges, please prepare for overtime procedures. And once again, can you clear the walkways if you are not playing? Either sit down or move out of the way, please.
And welcome back here to the UK Games Expo live from the NEC here in Birmingham. We are gearing up for round 2 of your Friday convention event for Battle Spirit Saga. Bluey, Ben Fitzpatrick here with you once again, as well as Taj. He has not run away.
Still here.
he's not quite gotten the goosebumps and the jitters yet. He's managed to stick with it. And I thought he's done a pretty good job as well, I will say as well in round 1. So we're gearing up for round 2 of what we're expecting is 4 rounds of Battle Spirit Saga today. In the previous round, we saw Michael piloting the yellow God Beast deck, taking down a white aggro build. We are gearing up and waiting to see what kind of treats we are going to be in store for in round 2. I suppose it's interesting, isn't it, Taj? Because like when we were talking previously about the top of the show about the different kind of things we're expecting. And I think when I initially said about different sort of colours, I was probably wrong in saying that because it's the archetypes that are the most important thing. Like we saw there with that white aggro and yellow goblin. So I was actually talking in the break who is currently piloting yellow luster at the moment, which is a deck that competitively we've not seen a lot of. Didn't make top cut in either the Grand Opens in Palm Springs or in Germany, but when he was going through the deck to me and explaining it to me and sort of going, okay, this is the kind of stuff that it's looking to try and do, it's a real venomous.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think I think we were discussing this earlier in the day before we started about how Luster's not seen any play yet. When you look at the mechanics of what it can do, is it that it needed 1 or 2 more cards in order to be a viable deck or not? But obviously somebody's giving it a go today, so that's really interesting. Having a look around the tables to see what people are playing, much red representation. I don't think there's any. It's a very interesting see. So hopefully we'll get to see some purple at the table now, and we'll see how that plays against whatever we've got. Yeah, as you say, it's interesting. People are trying different things, and this is what it's all about. Early days of a new game is, nothing's set in stone. Not going to have a particular colour that's going to dominate. Things are going to yo-yo for a little while until we settle down. But again, this game is very much designed about the pilot, the player themselves, and how they pilot their deck. There's a lot of strategy, a lot of thinking in between turns, knowing the right time to use those flash effects, knowing where to position your calls. I think this is let's see. Huge shift as we move along. Nothing's going to settle for a while yet, especially with the introduction of set 2 now. Green coming into play as well soon. That'll be interesting.
And we saw that perfectly as well in the previous round with flash timings, not even flash timings, but burst timings as well. Not being able to get that absolute ice shield off in time. Obviously, remembering you have to have had 2 life before you take 1 life to activate the absolute ice shield effect. But even that, being able to just have those small little nuanced plays. But on the flip side of that, if Michael doesn't, time one of those flashes correctly, or perhaps even just misses one of the flashes entirely, then that game and that entire round has an entirely different complexion to it.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, everyone initially at the launch event is absolute ice shield, and people were bluffing in their burst as well that they've got an absolute ice shield. That's all anyone was thinking about. But there are other burst cards that play to great effect, depending on what your opponent's playing. So being able to reduce your opponent's BP on certain spirits, suddenly, they might have a good board presence, and then suddenly reduce the spirits they have out in play, which again can be more impactful than an absolute ice shield.
We saw that again in round 1 actually when Han flipped Dream Bomb in a flash step or in a burst effect in response to him losing life and bouncing away the God Beast to just slow some of the attack power that was coming down and try and put Michael back an extra turn. So it is interesting, and it is, again, it's another one of those interesting little nuances and effects. It's something that feels, we've both got a little bit of a background in Magic the Gathering, and it feels very much like that kind of instant speed and that instant bluffing. So we now are into game round 2. We have Nathan at the top of the screen and Carlo at the bottom of the screen, and it looks like you're going to get your wish here, Taj, as we've got purple at the top with Drago Naga Assassin right there with a Soul Core on it, like it is white down the bottom for Carlo as well, just sizing up his options at the moment. You pull that Dragon Argon Assassin there. Taj, can you walk us through what it does for those who might not be familiar?
Yeah, so it's got Curse, which means that obviously if it gets blocked, the spirit that's blocking it dies regardless of its BP. So it's like Death Touch, as you would say in Magic. Up to level 2 or level 3. So you've got to make sure that it's got at least 2 cores to do that. When it has the Soul Core on it and it's a level 3, when it attacks, draw a card. Again, 2 very useful effects. Curse is a big thing in purple. I love the Curse effect. I love playing that at the launch event. Talking about the launch event, I actually played Carlo in one of the rounds in the launch event. Wonderful individual. So yeah, good to see him on the table here as we see one playing white.
Yeah, and it's interesting because this purple build does look like a straight Curse style build. We see Agravale come down there as well. That's a card that I personally love and I've used a lot in the launch event. Putting the Soul Core on that, as soon as it gets destroyed, you get to draw a card at level 1 or level 2. We see the attack step now from Nathan, who's swinging with Camelot Knight, who is currently got Curse with that Soul Core on it at any level, level 1 or 2. This spirit gains Curse if it has a Soul Core on it while it attacks. So that looks like that's gone through. Now the Dragon Ogre Assassin attack is going to go through and is passed over to Carlo. So it looks like it's heavy Curse from Nathan's side of the field. Could we perhaps see later on in this game the big Grand Underworld trio Queen Maduka coming to the battlefield as we're currently in Carlo's main step. Here goes a card set into burst, loading up some cores on the only spirit that he's currently got on board, and is now going to put on Snowflake. And we saw this card get sided out in round one earlier before, as the second one hits the battlefield. Now this card is going to have a lot more meaning with its level 2 effect.
And this is what Carlo had to do: get some spirits on board, because that purple can quite quickly start taking life, and especially with Curse. I mean, I love Camelot Knight. It's a free play once you've got on the board, and obviously has the Curse ability. Really powerful card. What is a very small cost, you quite quickly get them out and damage. But yeah, absolutely good play there by Carlo, getting some on the board now.
Not choosing to attack that turn either, so the priority and the pass goes straight over back to Nathan. He's only got 2 cores currently served, hasn't had any attacks, any life taken, which is, I think, a little bit of a game within the game itself, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is knowing when to start taking life away from your opponent, because it does give your opponent those extra resources, those extra cores to continue to try and ramp up into. It's one of the few things that purple, I don't think, quite has the tools of when compared to some of the other colours, is that core acceleration. There are a couple of cards that I know for a fact, I can't think of them immediately off the top of my mind, that can accelerate up some cores. So as the Netherworld depths come down from Nathan's side, that's a big inclusion, a big, and you're seeing it right there to its effect.
Yeah. That Nexus is every opponent's nightmare. You want to get rid of that as quickly as you can. It gives advantage to purple to start drawing cards. And the beautiful SPR absolute ice shield for Nathan there. So that can obviously trigger whenever Nathan needs.
That's got to have been one lucky pack pull.
I
know that myself. I've got one copy of the regular foil, one copy of the regular art, and one copy of the foils Absolute Ice Shield, and even there I was relatively content with. So to be able to pull a full the SPR, as we call it, is
it's the most sought after SPR I think at the moment.
Well, it's going to be around for quite some time.
Exactly,
isn't
it's
it?
a staple in every deck.
Yeah.
So, you don't want the highest rarity version.
So we see currently the turn was initially passed over to Carlo, but he was quite content just to load up some cores on the right-hand Snowflake and stop that Curse ability coming through, and will just hold fire at the moment. It's interesting as well that the Camelot Knight is currently in the discard pile, but that Curse effect only triggers on attack, and I think Camelot Knight was used a lot, so that's why a Curse effect didn't pop off there. The Soul Core was on it to give it Curse, but unfortunately not able to get to its effect. Now looks like we're going to see the Soul Core coming on to Aglovale, which will put it up to level 2. Would be a cursor as well in its own right. Drago Naga Assassin's going to get loaded up and boosted as well. So that's got 3 on it, putting that one up to level 3, which would draw an extra card if it has a Soul Core on it when it attacks. So that's why the Soul Core's now been moved over to Drago Naga Assassin as opposed to the Aglo Veil. And just a read of the level 2 effect for Netherworld Depths. There's 3 cores get loaded onto that one as well. A little bit of a tentative opening exchanges here is now the attack will go on. The level 3 effect will trigger, giving Nathan an extra card. Carlo's got a decision to make here. Is he going to let that attack go through and take the extra life, try and give him some extra resources to play, whatever might be in his hand? I know that there's looks like 1 Ice Shield at the very least in there, whether there's a big boss card that can come down and try and lock this board state out a little bit. Now the rest is going to come out from Carlo, triggering Netherworld Depths. Nathan, another card advantage. So it's like that 8 cards now in hand for Nathan. No pre or post block flashes, and it is going to be a trade off. The Naga Assassin is going to go down.
Interesting there because Netherworld Depths level 2. When one of your spirits is blocked, you may pay 1 core from this nexus for your opponent's blocking spirit when the battle ends.
Okay.
So 3 cores on it, take 1 core off, drops it back to level 1, but taking that core off, you can destroy the blocking spirit. Interesting. I think the blocking spirit might.
Still, yeah, it's still got the 3 cores on it. So, is it? What's the specific? When this battle ends, when the battle ends, so is that the battle between the 2 cards, or is that the attack step in a half?
I would say it's the battle between the spirits. Yeah. So it doesn't say when this attack phase ends. It's when this battle ends. So the battle is between the 2 individual spirits. When that's resolved, move a core, blocking spirit can be destroyed.
Okay. So a conscious decision there from Nathan not to remove the core from Netherworld Depths. Interesting decision to make there from Nathan's side. I think we are currently in attack step for Nathan, and he's currently just a little bit of discussion going on here about an attack effect on Aglo Veil. That Aglo Veil is currently at level 1. And there's no Soul Core on either, so there won't be any draw effects going on. So now he's going to utilise the Netherworld Depths level 2 effect.
Yep.
There goes Aglo Veil to be destroyed.
And that's a big thing. That Snowflake obviously was at level 2. It could have returned a Spirit Curse back to Nathan's hand, but Nathan didn't have any Spirits with Curse. So, but Nathan's got rid of it, put it back in Carlos's hand. Actually destroyed it, sorry. I say. With that Netherworld effect.
Okay, so that's what the conversation would have been there. It was because the Snowflake was trying to block, and that's why the Aglo Veil looks like it's gone back to Nathan's hand, as opposed to being destroyed. And now in Carlo's main step, looks like he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cores, I think I count there, 6 or 7. Measuring up what he wants to do with them. He's got a shield.
6 cores, plus he's got a few on his spirits there as well. Remember, you can use cores that are on your spirits before you go into your attack phase and move them around however you like. And then even during your attack phase, if you're using flash effects, you can start stripping cores from your spirits as long as you leave 1 on there. Very useful, especially if you use spirits attack, but it reduces their BP. Well, if they're exhausted, they can't block anyway, unless there's certain spirits that they can block.
So it's currently now passed over to Nathan. Saw a spirit being played there on the right-hand side. Can't quite necessarily see what that is. 2 on it, however, so it looks like that's going to be at level 2. Now Nathan with a pretty empty board, which isn't necessarily what you want to see. Something you want to see as a purple player. You want that board to be quite flooded nicely, have a couple of curses to be lurking around, then maybe one of those bigger bodies to just push through some attacks. Something like maybe, if this was a core denial deck, then that Coolest plus Curse Dragon combo to be able to put not only some pressure on the board, but also draw those cores away.
Exactly. Nathan needs to start putting some spirits out there. Still on 5 life, but Carlo can quite quickly spirits out and start attacking. So you need to make sure you got some defense there. Obviously, we know that absolute shield is in the flash there, so that's still there to protections and attack phase. But Nathan really needs to put some presence out, and is doing so now.
Yeah. It's double Aglavale that's being played out here for Nathan. One of them does have a Soulcore on them, so if that one gets destroyed, he will draw a card, or another card as well from an action from Carlo's side of the field in order to block to trigger that destruction effect. Both of them are at level 2 as well, so they are both now cursors. One core left available. There are some cores around, so it looks like he's
powering up that Nexus. Can destroy a blocker. Only the 3 core on it. It's useful to maybe have 4 cores, especially if you're going to be attacking with 2 spirits.
Yeah.
You can then get rid of 2 blockers, or force your opponent not to block and take a life, you know? So,
yeah, it's a good insight there, actually, so I actually didn't quite think of that one myself. So now we'll see a block being declared against the Aglavale that is attacking. The card will be drawn off the Netherworld Depths for the resting. Aglavale will go to discard, and a card will be drawn once again there. So, see, again, Nathan's got a lot of resources in his hand, but that denial of, that hesitancy of Carlo at the moment to just start attacking is preventing Nathan from getting and utilising some of those abilities and some of those spirits to the board. See being flickered through. So there's another absolute ice shield. I think I saw theft being flattered there, a second Netherworld. I think maybe a cursed dragon as well. I think might have flattered through. Have a look at the hand of Carlo. It's ice shield suppression. And there's something else there just to the left-hand side that I can't quite get. I think actually, I'll look at it on the hand cams at the bottom right of the screen. So the Aglavale number 2 is attacking here. I think this is level 1 as well. A little bit difficult to try and tell with the blue on blue there with the curse, with the cores and the artwork. I think it is just level 1, no soul core, so it won't draw a card if Carlo elects to block. Block hasn't now been declared. We're now in pre-attack or post-block flash deck, I suppose. And the priority is turned over to Nathan as it's Snowflake, and that is the card committing to block here. And I think that is at levels as well. So at the moment, Aglavale will hit the discard pile. There will be a card that will be drawn off of the Netherworld, and a utilisation of that level 3 effect as well to send that Snowflaken away. That should just end the accept from Nathan discussion over Netherworld Depths here at the moment. But Nathan's pretty back to square one here, Tash.
Yeah, I think Carlo is obviously not understood the Netherworld's level 2. Which is why there's this back and forward discussion going on, and yeah, it's interesting to see how many times that's...
Yeah, just a little bit of discussion with Aglavale, I think, here as well, making sure that everything is in perfect order, of course.
Yeah.
Wonderful judges over there as well, manning the streaming table, making keeping an eye on everything that is going on. Of course, I said earlier in the show that there is a lot of different aspects of this game that need to be considered, and a lot of different sort of intricacies and interactions that cards will have. But everything's been resolved now, and we are back over with Carlo's turn. And he's got an interesting little card that he's just drawn off the top deck there. Going to be a bit of a rude surprise here for Nathan. Netherworld Depths from Carlo's side.
That's an interesting play. And we have seen this before. Netherworld has been splashed into white decks previously. It is a very powerful Nexus. You know, expensive to play it if you can't reduce the cores, but it still pays off for what it costs. Definitely a useful Nexus to have in play. It depends what Carlo decides to do with it. Obviously, no cores on it so far. They will still draw. Okay.
So now here comes Deadly Balance, activated in main step there. The beautiful SPR Deadly Balance as well, which is one that I've got a copy of. So that is going to take care of one of the spirits. Of course, the normal effect of that is that you both sacrificed a spirit, but with Nathan not having a spirit needing to be on his field, he doesn't need to sacrifice anything, so he can immediately just get that advantage, that +1 advantage. And now with a few calls in Nathan's reserve, just eyeing up what he wants to play down, and it is going to be for 4 cores loaded onto that spirit there as well. It's only 2 levels available to it, so both scurry away to try and pick what that card is. It's definitely purple. Third now passed over to Carlo once again, and both just standing off 1 for 1 at the moment in terms of spirits on board. Happy not to swing in either with that, to not want to trigger away either Netherworld decks for either player now, and that's a nice little tool to have, especially with Carlo if he's a control player. There's a burning force from Carlo's side of the field as well to get rid of Nathan's Netherworld decks, and now that's not a worry that he's got to have. But the point that I was initially going to make was that Carlo, as a more control, it looks like, style of white deck here, this is a good thing to have the Netherworld decks as an extra tool, because any time that your opponent is committing a block or is committing an attack or anything like that, you are getting an extra card advantage, and that's going to be able to utilise or give an option for some of those flash effects that we saw with stuff like suppressions and things like that, that we saw in Game 1, or Dream Bombs even. So attack step now happening. The first life is going to be taken from Nathan. He's going to ice shield that away straight away. That's an interesting decision there to just ice shield immediately.
So what we've got here, we've got Okapandle out on Nathan's side of things. While the spirit attacks, it's first level 1 and level 2. So interesting.
So it is primarily just a cursor here, on Nathan's side of the field.
On level 2, 4,000 BP.
Okay, so this is not a card that we've seen a lot of in...
which is why I think we were both confused as to what it was, because trying to squint our eyes and see what card it was. I've not seen this card played in any purple deck prior to today. But it does have curse, and obviously works well in the first deck.
Yeah. But at the moment, Nathan's not really getting the advantages from the curse at the moment. He plays another Netherworld decks down after the first one got met swiftly with a burning force. But you look at the hand there of Nathan, it looks like there is one X-Rare in there as well, but a lot of magic, primarily, I can see in that hand at the moment. It looks like there was one core drain, a core theft maybe there as well. Going into attack step, the Oaken Apple is going to swing. Netherworld decks will trigger Carlo, giving him an extra card as well. And he is on that level 2 effect. So if Carlo wants to, he can remove one of those cores and deal with it, because this is going to be a swing at life. See what route Carlo wants to go down. He's not got cores at his disposal, no flashes happening from either side, so he's just going to be content to take the life and pass over to Carlo.
Yeah, Netherworld triggers when one of your spirits is blocked, so the attack phase from obviously that level. Interesting. You look at Nathan's life, still at 5, so lost a lot of spirits though,
because I think there's at least 2 Agravals. Now there's going to be 2 Netherworld decks as well in the discard pile, with a second Burning Force being played out from Carlo. I think that was actually the top deck for turn from Carlo, so another big advantage gained there for white on this bottom of your screen as it stands at the moment. Plenty of calls as well to utilise for a follow-up play. Looks like 5 at the moment in total, 2 being used for payment, and it is going to be Snowflaken. I think that might be the 3rd Snowflaken that we have seen in this game. Remember, we are still in Game 1 of Round 2 here at the Battle Spirit Saga Friday convention event here at the UK Games Expo. And that has been boosted up pretty swiftly to make sure that there is going to be most possible value gained bouncing away any curses from board.
I think Carlo knows they're in a comfortable. Only one spirit on board from Nathan. Carlo's just knows that there can't be too much Nathan's hand. There we go.
Okay. So now that's going to be Dream Bomb going to be used, which is going to get rid of the Netherworld debts back into Carlo's hand. But a life is going to be taken after that. So the first life taken from Nathan in this game, and we are, about 20 minutes into the game. And
yeah, I think Nathan did lose life earlier, but obviously absolute ice shield a couple of times. So, but yeah, down to 4 now. Carlo's 2 life. So
reading one of the cards there as well on Carlo's side of the board. Just a little bit of discussion about Dream Bomb as well, and it is going to be bounced.
Nathan did pay the full cost to play the main effect there to remove it. So yeah, back down to 1 spirit each.
And it's Nathan's turn once again. And now we want that 1 extra core that's been taken from the life to use. I wonder if that's just going to open up a few more opportunities to try and solidify board state here for Nathan. Because at the moment we are just going sort of back and forth and not really getting too far in terms of sort of where we end up on board position. Obviously this is I think the 2nd turn running now, or 3rd turn running even perhaps, that we've ended the turn with 1 spirit, or it's just in a little bit of a Mexican standoff against each other, wondering who's going to try and pull the first. Yeah. But Nathan's going to be counting up a lot of cores there.
Looks like he's going to drop the Infernal King Curse Dragon by the looks of it.
Yeah, that's what he's sizing. I think it's one of only 2 spirits that he's actually got available in hand.
There's a couple of the knights in hand as well. I saw earlier with his hand, but pretty sure that's Special Art Infernal.
Yeah, that's definitely an SPR.
Which is when summon, remove 1 core from 4 other spirits and place them to then place a core from the void onto this each spirit destroyed by this effect. 1,000 beats.
Here it comes as well.
There we go.
So we'll see how much cores as well that he's going to loop onto that. I think he has placed 4. So it is going to be, it looks like, is it 3 or 4 cores that are going to be?
A core each. When he gets 2 from the void.
Okay, so this is now going to be the ability happening. So remove 1 core from all other spirits and place them into their owner's reserves. Then place a core from the void onto the spirit for each spirit destroyed by this effect. So not necessarily going to get the best acceleration. Yeah, that's why we were talking earlier in the previous round about the Vacuolus Cursed Dragon combo. When you drop Dark Bishop Vacuolus, when summoned, remove all but 1 core from all spirits and place them into the owner reserve, then follow up with the Cursed Dragon to get that extra effect, make sure that there's a lot that's being destroyed, get as much onto the Cursed Dragon as possible, and they've got those cores then coming from the void as opposed to from your reserve, and still allows you to go for a follow-up play. Ice Shield being triggered here in the attack step from Carlo, so no further action is going to be taken for Nathan. And it is Carlo's turn once again.
Nathan was trying to hold back that Infernal King Curse Dragon so he can get maximum impact with it.
Yeah.
But had to utilise it now, I think. Just to get some big presence on board.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if Nathan actually does play the Vacuolus as well. Obviously, there's being a curse orientated deck. It seems like it's an interesting build because it's got a curse foundation, but it's still utilising some of these core drainy style mechanics. So it's a little bit of a mixture here at the moment. I wonder if Maduke maybe is in the sideboard for Nathan to utilise on some of that more curse effect. Now Carlo just deciding how he wants to respond, knowing that there is going to be a big threat either coming back at him on the following turn to attack or as a blocker. So it looks like we are going to... I thought we were going
Once
straight
again,
into attack
Digimon
step
players,
there for
if you
a
have
second,
finished your game,
but we
please
are
clear the
going
walkways
to
so
move
judges can
3
see
calls
ongoing
from
matches.
The Snowflake, and 3 being played. Three calls onto the Spirit as well there, and then followed up with the Fanatic Elk from the white starter deck.
08 Axe Fighter.
Oh.
So we had that earlier as well.
This is one of the promo cards, I believe, isn't it? I don't think this is part of the main set.
Yeah, it's promo number 6. So it's level 1 and level 2. It's armor purple yellow, so it cannot be selected by the effect of your opponent's spirit next magic. But curse doesn't select, so if it was blocking a curse, it would still win. Neither this spirit nor any white nexus, so when it's a level 2, this spirit or any white nexus with a soul core on it can be destroyed by your opponent's destruction effects as a result of battle, and they cannot have their cores removed by your opponent's effect.
So that's why there is currently the soul core on the Fanatic Elk at the moment, so make sure that one gets protected. But
Digimon players, that is time on the round. Digimon players, that is time on the round. You have 5 minutes of overtime or 3 turns, whichever comes first.
So immediately it makes it really, really important and valuable. And then that secondary effect there as well to just really put a stop on anything that Purple is trying to do with that core drain effect. And Fanatic Elk as well is at any level when it blocks us. Here comes what is that being shown here? Is that big foiling just glare there at the moment on Nathan's side of the field. Might be going to attack step pretty soon as well. That Fanatic Elk, no matter what level it is at, when it blocks, it can't be destroyed by distraction effects or as a result of battle, and it cannot have its cores removed. And then at level 2 or 3, which is currently at level 2, I believe it looks like there with 3 cores.
It's a Dark Knight Mordred by the looks of it.
Okay.
Yeah. But because the foiling is very difficult for us to see with the glare, with the lighting in this arena here.
X-Fighter doesn't protect Elk, only a white Nexus with a Soul Core. X-Fighter at level 2 is immune to Curse. Okay, thank you so much for the clarification there. So we've actually got yourselves there on the chat, on our display as well. So by all means, getting involved, and we'll do our best to try and keep up with it as we go through this game as well. So at the moment, swinging with the Curse Dragon. And a flash into, that is a core theft, I believe. And then another free block flash being announced. So now Elk has gone down, and there we go. That's what we were seeing there about the cores being able to be removed. That trigger, the only way that it can't have cores removed is when it blocks. So because that flash has happened pre-block, the Elk has not had an opportunity to declare, or Carlo has not had an opportunity to declare that he wants to block with the Elk, so that effect doesn't trigger, and Elk swiftly going into the discard pile. Life being taken, Ice Shield stopping the attack step, and we will go right back over to Carlo, who looked like he was just starting to put a little bit of board threat in terms of trying to deal and answer that King Dragon, that Curse Dragon. But now it feels like that with that link up and that chain with core removal, it feels like Nathan might be in a little bit of a comfortable spot here. The 2 Ice Shields have been used by Carlo as well. I think the same count perhaps for Nathan, because he was quite eager early on in their game to use Ice Shields. So we are still in game 1 of round 2. Extra core being loaded up onto that Axe Fighter, and now we're going to see a white Nexus. I think that's Rocket City on Carlo's side of the field. And followed up by a Netherworld Depths aid for in its full 6 cores with no purple cost reduction being able to utilise. Soul Core going onto the Rocket City, bumping up the Snowflaken as well, it looks like, to its maximum level.
Yep, so Rocket City is great because one of your spirits blocks, it gains 1,000 people during this turn. So that's during your opponent's attack step. And obviously during your opponent's turn, when your opponent draws outside their draw step, you must discard a card. So having to discard still gives them value because they choose what they wish to discard, but not maximum value for draw. They are using their another one.
Yeah. That effect not quite coming into effect at the moment because it's only got the 1 Soul Core on it, as opposed to being level 2. Here comes Burning Force, however, from Nathan's side of the field, getting rid of the Netherworld Depths. That's an interaction we've seen a lot of in this game. Straight into attack step as well. King Curse of the Curse Dragon is going to swing in. Only Armor Purple or Feeler can stop Elk dying there. Yes, rightfully so then. Being brought into chat for us to have a look at. So, decision to be made here. You see Carlo just flirting with the one card that he's got in his hand, whether he wants to go pre-block or post-block flash step with this one. He's going to block in with X-Biter. So we are now into post-block flash step. It doesn't look like Nathan's got anything that he wants to use. In fact, it's just going to be a block and that's going to be it. So now the Mordred is going to swing. Four got popped there for the Snowflaker as well. So that's going to see that one going into the discard pile. 4 cores available in reserve for Carlo.
1 card in hand.
Yep. Looks like that might
and
be...
a burst as well. So.
Yeah, I think we are... a little bit unsure of where Carlo wants to go with this. He's going to go with suppression now. He's going to fire that off, and because he's removed a soul core as well.
Digimon players, that is time on overtime. Digimon players, that is time on overtime. If you cannot determine a result, please call a judge to your table and report a tie.
Carlos utilising his cores really well there, was protecting the rockets with the soul core, and at that point he knew he didn't need to protect anymore.
Once again, Digimon, that is time on the round, time on overtime. If you cannot determine a winner for Game 3, please call a judge to your table. And can we please clear the walkway so we can see any ongoing matches?
At the moment, he's got that X-Biter up, but I don't think he necessarily wants to just go swinging away in there. He's not got any netherworld depths or anything like that. He has now put a second core onto the Rocket City, so that does mean that any draw effects that are going to come from Nathan's side of the field will cost him a card in response as well.
Nathan's got 4 cards in hand, so yeah, Carlos trying to control Nathan not getting cards in hand.
Yeah, and it's a really nice setup as well in hand that he's got. Nathan at the moment, so many cores have been loaded up onto the X-Biter, and it is just going to be a pass the turn, cores all over the place on the Spirits, now being held back.
Table 2, Kirk Bellius and Cameron M. Please report your result. And table 32, Xandermon 93 and Jougenetsu. Please report your result.
Can't really afford to attack. Needs to just wait until his hand size a little bit.
Wow. Well, we were saying earlier on about whether we thought he ran Maduke in the deck. Yep. There is the Maduke. No curse. He does still have the 1 cursor, actually, I beg your pardon, to perhaps take advantage of there. I think in the middle that we were able to deduce. So I think that now is going to, because it's at level 2, is going to get Blood Curse now as well. It's going to force the Lost Life cores into the Void as opposed to into the Reserve. So Nathan looking like he might be gearing up to close this game 1 out here in round 2 of the convention event on Friday here at the UK Games Expo from the NEC in Birmingham. There is still a burst available for Carlo, however. To wait and see.
Table 32, Xandermon and Jougenetsu.
Considering the options, not quite gone declared into attack step yet as Nathan. Sorting his cores out, I think now with 6 cores on as well, that Maduke is up to level 3. So during your attack step, all your Spirits of the Curse are gaining Black Curse, and that's why he is now swinging with the now Blood Cursor as we go into attack step. Where does Carlo go from here? Is this something that can be salvaged? I mean, obviously we've got the burst effect. Is Absolute Ice Shield under there? That's going to buy him 1 extra turn and 1 extra opportunity to draw a card.
With that Blood Curse there, a couple of cores on that Spirit, knowing that Spirit can survive, and that there we go. Carlo was putting that life into reserve, but it goes to the Void thanks to the Blood Curse. So Carlo doesn't get that additional core to play with next turn, and yeah, as that Spirit wasn't blocked, it survives, didn't have to lose a 4 off it.
But there goes the flipping off the burst. It looked like Dream Bomb, I believe. So that is why the Maduka's now gone to the discard pile.
Went to hand. Yeah,
went to hand. Yes, sorry. Yeah, it was bouncing. Yes, correct.
Yeah. Come back next turn.
Digimon players, your round 3 pairings have been posted. Digimon players, your round 3 pairings have been posted. Please make your way to the table, sit down and await our judge for you to talk to.
Fanatec Ilk off the top deck, so...
Carlo's got a really tough decision to make here now. I mean, considering where we are with time, Carlo's coming close to just 1 life left. Nathan's in a strong position with 4 life. Carlo really want this game to drag on much longer because it's going to be very, very difficult to squeeze in and win a second.
Especially with the way that this first game has transpired, with it going so long. We are almost up to 40 minutes gone now on the round. Of course, rounds are 60 minutes, best of 3, with 5 minutes overtime or 3 turns, whichever ends first. As turn is passed back over to Nathan after Carlo dropped the Fanatec Elk. It is at level 3, so it does have 10,000 BP. And at the end of the opponent's turn, if Carlo did not lose life this turn, then a core is going to be trashed from Nathan's life. So he's not going to be able to use that on Carlo's turn to possibly flash in any sort of core removal magics that he might have in his hand. I do know for a fact, and Carlo does know for a fact as well after flipping that Dream Bomb, that there is a Maduka in hand, the Maduka in hand for Nathan, whether he wants to just put that right back down again. It looks like that is going to be the line of play. There it is indeed, the Maduka being brought down. 4 cores placed on it as well, so I believe that is enough to boost up to level 3. It isn't actually. It needs 6 cores to boost up onto level 3. So Maduka itself now currently has Blood Curse, but Spirit in the middle there, the one that does give Given Curse at level 2, will not have Blood Curse available to in attack step, I believe, now as well, with the Curse Dragon having attacked.
Yep, the Curse Dragon.
And Pre-Watt Flash is going to be Core Theft as well, and now Carlo is going to scoop it up. Sees the writing on the wall, and we are going to be able to get ourselves into a game 2 with Nathan taking the first one.
Curse Dragon there attacking, removing all but 1 core off the ult there, so it did put Carlo in a difficult position there. So now, going to game 2, Carlo's really got to have to play pretty quick to try and level this game up. Now.
It's interesting to say, obviously now we go to the players in their sideboarding. I saw there actually at the bottom of the deck that Nathan does actually play the Cureless as well, just didn't find it for the maximum value. What do you try and look to side in here if you're Carlo? Because obviously you've got the Blood Curse, the Curse and the Blood Curse theme running through in Nathan's deck. We didn't quite see it go to any quite effects there in that game at the very least. As Paper Wizard there, keep up the good work, guys. Thank you for streaming Battle Spirits. No problem. It's a pleasure. We're happy to be a part of it, and hopefully the game continues to grow. And you never know, we might be back on your screens next July in July for the Grand Open. We'll have to see how we go and how things progress.
As everyone, we're learning as we're going along as well.
Absolutely,
so thank you for your as well.
Yes, and patience, I think, as well, it has to be said, with just trying to make sure that we can pick all the cards at the moment. It
doesn't look like Carlo sideboarded anything. I'm not sure Carlo's running a sideboard.
I was just about to mention that, actually. Carlo does not like it.
Straight into the
pile.
Oh, no, here we go. Carlo's deciding to do that. Pile shuffle. I thought with the pile shuffling, Carlo's ready to just play.
Just go straight back into it.
Carlo does that now with the sideboard.
Yeah. And what kind of attitude that Carlo is going to try and take into game 2, whether he's going to want to try and rush things down a little bit before Nathan can solidify.
Alrighty, Digimon players, welcome to round 3. We are just resetting the timer just now.
Big bold presence, but you can
so just a bit of information again for everyone. After this round, there will be a lunch break.
Draw some cores away from it as well. as Nathan continues to just look at some sideboard
So
options.
after this round, there will be a lunch break until 1:30 or 13:30.
Sideboard.
So after this round, there will be a lunch break of 45-ish minutes until 1:30. We will be taking sign-ups for the Digimon Side Event Store Championships. If you would like to sign up for that, you will need to drop from the main event. And you can sign up at Tournament HQ.
We do have a regional championship. You might be hearing some of the
Once again, if you need anything, remember to call a judge.
The Digimon Regional Championship is going on just out of eyeshot for us over the
bear with us for 2
The rest of the Battle
seconds.
Spirits guys behind us in the stream setup as we are currently set. So at the moment,
Alrighty, so this is round 3. Remember, at the end of this round, there's a lunch break until 1:30.
With just under 20 minutes left on the clock. We'll explain the end of round procedures once we get to that stage.
We are just waiting for the timer to start.
I mean, Nathan's definitely got the advantage here, as you would expect, having won the first game. Carlo now is going to be under a lot of pressure to try and get a game win. That pressure can sometimes be a bit much and cause you to misplay. So we'll see how Carlo deals with the pressure now coming in the second game.
Alrighty, you may begin.
Electing to keep their hands. Nathan is going to play first as well. It starts us off in game 2. And we are back underway with Nathan piloting the purple bit of everything. I think purple smorgasbord perhaps is what we'll
core control. Cursed cores.
And Carlo on white control. And turn 1, nothing from Nathan's side of the field. Interesting line of play, or non-line of play, I think we should say there, from Nathan's side of the field. Carlo will go ahead and he will put on that ice-made Fula with a core on top of it as well. Where it can't be destroyed.
Yeah, your opponent's
can't remove cores. That's
yeah.
the one, yeah. So in turn cannot be destroyed if any cores get removed off of it, or try and get removed off of it. So over to Nathan's side of the field as well. A healthy grip of cards there. I think it was a pretty easy pick from what I saw on Nathan's side when he did draw his opening 4 cards, and he drew the extra one off of keeping from the hand. I think that he got the Duke. His Burning Force now is going to be utilised against spirits as opposed to its typical utilisation for Nexus Destruction.
I think it was Nathan just trying to make sure that controls that presence from Carlo's side of the field there with that protection from essentially core control. That ice made of full has got. Let's just get rid of that. Let's deal with.
So in response, Carlo is going to play down the Pegasion and is going to swing in. Life was taken from Nathan, so it's 5-4 in favour of Carlo on the life tally.
3 cores on it, that puts it up to a level 2, which means if you have a core on it, it can block your opponent's spirits for 2 or fewer if exhausted. Always worth early stage like this, swinging for the attack, and it can still be used to block. So useful to have 4,000 blocker even exhausted. It's got armor purple as well.
Yes, yeah. As a lot of these cards do in these white decks and these white creations, is that being able to just hold off from those single target effects. Obviously, it doesn't affect Curse Dragon because that is a board-wide effect that goes on when that's summoned. But just extra safety net and safety blanket to stop any targeting or removals from any magics that might come down. So Netherworld Jet's the only play for Nathan on his side of the field. And we are currently in Carlo's main step, I believe, as Nathan's there just pointing out that the Pegasion does need to be refreshed. 5 cores, I believe, in the reserve for Carlo to use. Here comes Snowflaken for game 1. Currently boosting that one up to level 1 at the moment, so doesn't quite have the bounce effects for block when it decides to block with it. But at the moment, I suppose with no spirits on Nathan's side of the board, there's no rush to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, going in with Pegasion there. Pegasion, when I first came across it in the launch event, I didn't realise it could not while exhausted. Hadn't read the card. Always important, people. The card.
Yeah, absolutely.
Always ask your opponent to be a card if you're not familiar with it.
Yeah.
Because it's and what a card can do. Especially that's a real ability to have to be able to block while exhausted. As I said earlier on, why not put a swing through to life, especially so early on in the game, not taking life from your opponent and still have the ability, if they were to cast a spirit, to be able to block as well.
We see Absolute Ice Shield there being flipped as well to end the attack step. So Nathan is still currently on 4 life. Carlo on 5. There is 8 cores. Yep, including the Saga core, 8 cores in reserve for Nathan. No spirits, however.
Pegasion, there you go. It's forced Nathan to use Absolute Ice Shield fairly early on. I don't think he's got another one in hand now, so that does mean that gives a bit of an advantage to Carlo to be able.
I wonder if this might be an opportunity to just maybe drop. Let's see what he's going to go with. He's going to go with the Mordred. It's going to be the play.
Mordred.
And then following up, loading up the cores on that Netherworld Depths to continue on with the effect that we saw in Game 1 as well, to bounce things away. If you remove the core from that Nexus, the swing is going to come in from Mordred.
Deciding to take the no blocks, because that Netherworld Depth is going to potentially remove one of his spirits. He doesn't want that to happen. So, rightfully so, takes a life.
And slight frustration there, I think, from Nathan's side of the field. I know that I certainly would be in that situation if I was in Nathan's shoes right now, when Summon, not being able to get the When Summon effect off, because that is a target effect. Can't drain the 2 cores away from that Pegasion with it having been with the Armor Purple effect. So, on Carlo's side of the field now, first put into the slot.
I think it was an Absolute Ice Shield. He had 2 in hand for right. One of them is.
Might as well, get it there, make sure that it's, it's there, safe when you need it. As the next spirit coming down here for Carlo is now, he's starting to try and put himself a little bit of board presence up. Moving to attack step now. Pegasion once again is just going to swing in. Draw will happen off of the level 1 effect of the Netherworld Depths, and life happily be taken by Nathan, and that's going to be the end of the turn. But I like where Carlo is sitting currently right now in this game too. Just over 10 minutes left in it as well. That's something that we're going to have to keep an eye on. These control mid-rangey style matchups have a tendency to go the distance.
Carlo really did need a strong start, and obviously has had that. Definitely playing to his. Yeah, getting those swings in early while he can. Definitely ahead of where he was with 3 life now.
Now the attack step activated, we will go in, and because that Mordred is up to level 2, he is going to be able to target the Snowflaken to remove the core from it, place it into the reserve for Carlo, and Snowflaken being destroyed. So now still the attack to deal with at the moment. We are still in pre-block step. Now we are going to block. Draw card will be drawn off of Netherworld Depths for the block for the card being rested. No flashes from either player. The cards will both looks like a trade. In fact, I think maybe the Netherworld Depths might have been there actually to bounce a card away.
Okay. Yeah, Netherworld Depths now got 2 cores left on it. So yes.
Okay. So now the
Bandai players, please remember, if you have any open drinks, to put them on the floor, not on the table. We do not want cards getting ruined. Please put all open drinks on the floor next to you.
Yeah. 4 cost as well, so it's not going to be able to be blocked by that Pegasion. So Carlo, no choice but to take that one. Absolute Ice Shield instead actually is going to be triggered.
He gains that lost life there. That forward and goes back to.
Okay.
Top deck, another Absolute Ice Shield.
And when windmill slam right back into the burst zone. It didn't put balls into the reserve. Oh, okay, so they're almost okay, so they've gone into the trash. That's fine. As we go to Netherworld Depths, sprinkle a couple more cores up onto the Pegasion. Looks like there's 4 cores heading onto that one, so that should now make it. In fact, it needs 5 cores to boost that one up to level 3. Instead, he's going to pay and use the Rocket City. I'll put the Rocket City down into play. So that's 2 Nexuses now for Carlo. Won't get the immediate reward from Netherworld Depths this turn with that upper handle being exhausted and no other spirits available to exhaust to block. Now go into attack step. Pegasion will swing in. There's 3 cores in reserve waiting for Nathan if he wants to flash any abilities. He does have a couple of magic spells that he's got. He's had since the opening exchanges. Of course, with that arm purple, not really going to be able to draw down any cores or anything like that. So life is just going to be taken by Nathan. I think that's perfectly logical line.
Mine's going to get 1,000 as well because of the rocket.
Oh yes, blocking. So it's so it would be up to 5k when blocking if any 2 cost spirits, 2 or anything with 2 or fewer cores, I should say, is going to swing. So a big grip full of cards for Nathan. It's his turn currently. 8 cores reserve waiting. 1 more up onto the upper panel, so that now leaves 7, including the Soul Core. 2 purple symbols as well on the field to count towards any reduction. We've got put back into the reserve there from Netherworld Depths, holding on to there from Nathan from that previous effect to bounce stuff away.
Panel's now up to level 2,000.
Still does have the curse as well. There's a lot of different lines of play that Nathan can go here with the amount of cores that he's got. He can try and drop some of those cards away and try and attack towards the life. There's a lot of different things. A card goes into burst. I believe that was Green Bomb. So that would be an option in a way to play around the Pegasion at the moment, just continuing to poke away. Here is Maduke now as an actual spirit being committed with, that is 5 cores on it now, I believe. So I don't think it's going to quite reach, so it's not going to quite reach level 3. And it looks like just past the turn is going to be the thought process from Nathan. Once again, just come into this stalemate kind of situation.
Maduke as it is as a level 2, it's 6,000 blood curse. When it would be destroyed, you can
and keep it around.
Yeah.
I think that's probably why that extra core has been, that over-coring, I suppose, has been put onto it, because that way you don't lose that level 3 opportunity, or the level 2 opportunity, I suppose. When the spirit will be destroyed by your opponent, you may place 1 core from your opponent's life and 1 core from the spirit into their own destruction. Yeah. So Elk comes down once again from Carlo, the 2 X-rays staring off against each other. Interestingly, the Pegasion didn't attack either there as well. So the turn is passed back over to Nathan.
Almost a little over 5 minutes to find an answer to try and
win the round. Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, we will go to the end of round procedure. 3 turns or 5 minutes of overtime, whichever ends first. Because obviously we're still in game 2. The end of it, if we know when it can be determined after that, then it would just be Nathan taking home the 1-0 win in round 2. As here goes Deadly Balance, and this time will have to sacrifice a spirit of his own there to pay for the cost. It's allow that elk to hit the discard pile as well. Now it's just Maduke versus Pegasion, followed up by, I like this card. This is the spider, the Earth Spider Demon. That at level 1 or 2, whenever it attacks, if it has a soul core on it, select one of your opponent's spirits, remove a core from it, and replace it into reserve. Can't target the Pegasion, of course, with their armor, but for later turns, it will be able to just ignore some of those cores away and able to set things up for perhaps when the Cursed Dragon gets dropped in later, and whether a core theft comes in, or core rain, that will
cause Carlo to commit more cores to experience going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. So, still currently with Nathan's turn, he's loading up more cores onto the Spider Demon at the moment, putting it up onto level 2, for the moment at the very least, decides against it and is instead going to commit a second Netherworld Depths and pass the turn over. And this is, I like this line of play at the moment from Nathan, because it's forcing the onus on Carlo. It's putting him into a real sticky situation, because if he wants to attack with that Pegasion, cool, I'm going to be drawing 2 cards from the separate Netherworld Depths. Then I've got 2 big blockers that I can utilise as well. And then, that's not the spirit that we wanted to see come down if you're Nathan. At least to take advantage of the Earth Spider Demon.
Yeah, well, as we know, the soul core in play, so.
Where does Carlo go from here? Go into attack step. He looked like he wanted to. Sizing up his options.
Oh, Digimon players, just as a reminder, there is a lunch break at the end of this round, and we are taking sign-ups for our Digimon Store Championship side event. Sign-ups are £10, and you can sign up at Tournament HQ.
Over to Nathan's side of the board.
Carlo's predicament here is obviously Maduke out there. He's not going to be taking life because Nathan will block, Blood Curse, so it doesn't really benefit us because he needs to really come up with an answer for that.
So Dragonaga Assassin is going to come down here for Nathan. I was just initially going to say that the perfect play that you'd want to have here would be that Makulas Cursed Dragon combo to be able to just destroy and get rid of the cores away on that Pegasion, because at the moment with Carlo refusing to attack or anything like that, obviously you can't, any of the core drain or magics and stuff like that are empty cards at the moment. Can't even target either one of those spirits with the Spider Demon as well, because that is a targetable effect. Just the 1 core left in reserve, and Nathan's just going to happily pass the turn away. And I think that will more than likely, unless Carlo can find something quite drastic here, that will be Nathan's route to victory.
I think so. Not looking for Carlo.
So it looked like the top deck for Carlo was a heavy tank Curiosity be committed onto the floor. In fact, it is not Curiosity there. Loading plenty of cores onto this one. This is the card that we have seen this a few times in this proceeding, in this round. I think it's just gets rid of bounces some stuff away. Discussions and thoughts happening. We are now over 30 seconds away from time in the round. Carlo just pulling up his options, counting down and seeing what happens if either
Buffalo, isn't it?
Okay.
Yeah. 1,000. Like I said, there's a level 3 on your spirits with the spirit blocks. One of your opponent's spirits that cost 5 or fewer than into their hands.
Okay. Yeah. So that's why we've seen that bouncing happening.
Yeah.
So attack step happening now. We are now have time in the round. So this will be turn 0 with Carlo in his attack step, or 5 minutes of overtime, whichever ends first. So the bounce is going to happen for the Spider Demon. I think this is all happening pre-block as well, so still opportunity for flash. Now we are into block step. The Duke is going to block, post-block flash, because now with the cores that were on the Spider Demon there into the reserve, so there's 4 cores available for Nathan to use. So any post-block flashes here for Carlo.
Carlo takes a life.
So Black Curse is going to trigger here. Yeah.
Black Curse triggered.
So Black Curse is going to trigger here because that would have been destroyed. I believe that's what's going on at the very least here. And Netherworld Depths, animation there. Okay, so he's drawing now off the Netherworld Depths for the resting of Maduke. Black Curse has made that Maduke bit refreshed because the core has been paid off of the Spirit, and a core from the opponent's life has gone to the trash as well. That was what you saw there with the Carlo going down from 4 to 3.
Yep.
Now this is Nathan's turn, so this is turn 1.
Carlos was just trying to determine whether he could use Absolute Ice Shield or not, but because of the Blood Curse, the core goes into the void.
Oh, okay.
Carlos had no cores in his reserve, so that couldn't trigger Flash Effect because you cannot place a core from your reserve into your life if you've got no cores in your reserve. So, yeah, fortunate for Carlo there, because you can activate that in your turn if you're playing against Blood Curse.
So the Earth Spider Demon that was bounced the turn before by the Buffalong is going to be played back down. Now here comes, that's a core drain, I believe, to get rid of some cores from the Buffalong bill, which is actually quite necessary because that means that level 2 effect isn't going to be able to happen. Being able to use when attacking effects on block or the other way around, isn't it? So now we are in attack step, attacking the Buffalong and taking that one down, or at least that's the core.
Yeah. Using the mechanics there are exactly what you want of core control. Reducing the cores down to 1, and swinging with a spirit that's going to take a core off your spirit. It's going to be rid of Buffalong.
So I think we are currently now in pre-block flash step. That's what we're waiting. That's what Carlo's just kind of, you can see there, flirting with suppression, and just seeing whether he wants to fire that off now. He's going to take the core off the Pegasyon and fire off the suppression. Pre-block flash. Now we move into block step. Pegasyon is going to declare its block. 2 cards are going to be drawn off of the Netherworld Depths for Nathan. Now we go back over and see any flashes happening. Post-block step, nothing going on, and the Spider Demon is going to go into the discard pile. Still in attack step for Nathan. Could swing with the Maduke. Wanted to, but I don't necessarily a need to. And also, I don't think there's a necessity to swing full stop at the moment because
Nathan's got the upper hand here.
Yeah. Not quite sure how much time is left in the 5 minutes of overtime that is left. See if we can have a little bit of a motion over and see if there were as any sort of indication about the game being over. But now this is turn 2 of the 3 turns for Carlo. Remember, for those that might not be familiar with how that sort of system works, it goes the turn player who is active, has got his active turn going on. When time is called, that turn becomes turn 0, and then from there it goes 0, 1, 2, and 3.
Digimon players, if you are signing up for the side event, you must drop from the main event on the dashboard of your Limitless page in order to do so.
At the moment, that should be a fatality in the case of that Carlo will maybe do some swings, pass the turn, and then Nathan should just be able to draw, pass, game over, and Nathan takes the 2-0 win, the 1-0 win, and moves to a 2-0 record. So we are now in Nathan's turn. This should be turn 3. I'm wondering if they're just wanting to just play this out as well, just for why not enjoy as much Battle Spirit Saga as possible. Today there is, of course, the another convention event happening on Sunday, and that it looks like we are going to be chatting with the judges, and I think that is indeed going to be the end of the games in the round. So Nathan is going to be able to take it 1-0 in the end. That long 40-minute game one, just not enough gas in the tank and not enough quickness and not enough speed for Carlo to be able to respond and draw things like that.
Carlo's definitely better game 2, but unfortunately the time was against him. So, you know,
absolutely.
Yeah, Nathan played
Yeah, it's good to see Purple doing well and get some really, really strong representation. And the build of Purple that Nathan was piloting there as well had a little bit of curse work going in there. Was in the duped black curse effect we saw towards the back end of that game too, and the core removal, something that Purple is absolutely primed to do. But yeah, another great display for Purple. But that's going to do it for us for now. But don't go too far, because round 3 is just around the corner after this quick break. And welcome back. After a very short break, we are back here ready for round 3 in the Friday Battle Spirit Saga convention event here live from the UK Games Expo at the NEC.
Digimon players, once again, there is a lunch break after this round until 13:30.
After what was a
Half-past
really
1,
interesting
and again we are hosting
game in round 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, a lot longer game than the first round game that we had there. Interested to see how, when a game goes on so long, as with any card game, the dynamics change slightly when you're restricted on time. Second game, the onus goes on the player who's on the back foot to really
Sorry
push
about that.
game forward. We'll see what happens in this
once
game.
again,
So,
we are hosting
not sure
sign-ups
what
for our
decks we're
Digimon
gonna see.
Store Championship
Is it gonna be
side
another
event.
controls?
In
Is it
order
gonna be
to
controls
participate,
style?
you must drop
That
from the main
will
event,
obviously
and
mean
you can
that
come to Tournament HQ to sign up.
Be another dragged out game. We'll wait and see what we got.
It's an interesting point you make there, actually, Taj, about that thought process about like going into playing back against the wall, because it was what we were saying prior to the show about this kind of event being an opportunity for players to get their feet wet, get an opportunity in this best of 3 60-minute kind of scenarios. We get ourselves ready to go in round 3 of the event. It's Alex at the top of the screen versus Andre at the bottom of the screen, and Andre is piloting white with Pegasione. Looks like it's going to be a white mirror as well, actually, with Alex. He's going to answer with a Pegasione right back on his own.
Andre's the first player that we've seen using the core cards rather than the physical cards themselves.
And some love for Andre as well. I can see there in the chat with the Paper Wizard saying that he's his boy. So we're rooting for him absolutely at home, as he is the big scary fish coming down as well with 2 cores slid underneath it. Attack step being declared. Pegasione is going to swing in, and 1 life is going to be taken. The Bullet Ray will follow suit as well, and 2 attacks happily going through. Alex just happy to take those and give himself some extra resources going forward, sporting an official Battle Spirits Saga playmat as well. I'm very, very jealous of anybody that's managed to get their hands on one of those.
Absolutely, same here. It's just a beautiful, simplistic playmat, and you just have everything on it. Yeah, Andre, I've met Andre before the tournament started. I met him at the launch event as well. Really positive dude. Nice guy. And yeah, have both these mirror match.
Yeah, but it looks like that Andre's heading himself a bigger start, a lot quicker start here. This is more of an aggro style build of white. See, have a little peek into the hand. It looks like that might be the kind of skew or the kind of the balance that Andre has gone towards here. Alex, not really quite sure what he's got going on or what kind of archetype of white that he's playing on at the moment. He's not really quite managed to get the start that he was perhaps looking for, as another Bullet Ray comes down again there using 1 core to pay. He's not going to be put the 2 onto it and make it the 5,000, I believe it is. 5,000 for 2 cores. It's just going to let it pass.
Yeah. Passes it over to Alex there. Alex is obviously blocking 6 out, which is good for blocking.
That might have been what Andre was looking at there, in holding his attacks back and just letting Alex go over and see if he can conjure anything up. As I have a look into the hand, and there is a big SPR being brought down there. That is the Mecha Beast Fortress Naumengard. Almost got the pronunciation the first time. So this is a big 8 cost for reduction. It is currently at 7,000 BP, with it only at level 1. When destroyed by your opponent, you draw 3 cards, place 3 cores from the void into your reserve. What's the records? We believe they're both 2-0. Presumably. We can find out for you for definite, as well as the player count. I think it was 12 or 14, I think, was the player count. We'll get confirmation of player counts for you in just a moment. So that Naumengard as well, as soon as it gets boosted up to level 2, you get to perform a refresh step after your attack step. 100 bits there as well from Spaz Monkey coming in there, loving the games. Keep up the good work, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you for the support as well. It's good to see that there's plenty of an audience for the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, let's see how we do. I mean, this Mecha Beast Fortress Norman Guard. I was fortunate enough to pull one of those from my booster boxes. I did trade it off for something more. I could play. Yeah, beautiful card. Large thing to have on the board, obviously. Nice to know.
Well done on getting that pronunciation first time as well.
Yeah. Bit of a mouthful.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, 4 cores on it, it's 10,000 people.
It is huge.
That is a beast.
So we are in Andre's attack step at the moment. We're just seeing a post-block flash step happening here. So suppression being played. Now priority goes back over to Alex to see if he's got anything that he wants to respond with, but nothing on his side of the board. The Pegasus Ion is going to go down, and we'll go straight back over to Alex's side of the board as there's cores flying everywhere. I think that's the beauty of having the core cards that we're seeing from Andre's side of the field, him using as opposed to the plastic cores. But I'm a sucker for the cores myself.
Yeah, I think just having those physical cores, just part of the game.
Exactly. It's the extra nuance.
Yeah.
So extra spirit being boasted down here for Alex, and he's going to be happy to just pass the priority over, pass the turn over to Andre. It looks like that now we've seen this, the turns go by. It looks like Alex is playing a more control style of white.
Absolutely.
What have we got going on in Andre's hand? Looks like we've got Scion, I think maybe a Buster in there as well. Maybe a suppression, I think, possibly. Obviously, it's a card that we've seen a lot of, running a lot of white decks already so far in the day.
Andre's got a fairly quick early lead from there, you know. Alex down to 2 life, but it's now come to a bit of a stall since that Mega Beast came out.
Okay, so this is now a Headstone Librarian Saga that has been played in, and importantly there you saw that Andre detaching the Soul Core from the Pegasus to put into the trash in order to pay for that Librarian Saga, because he wants it in the trash so that he can use that attacking or blocking ability to give that Spirit 3,000 extra BP during the turn. And then followed up as well there below with an Emperador on the bottom left-hand side of Andre's play area there. It's a 4,000 BP at the moment. It's a pretty vanilla card, but it's a card that we've been seeing included in some white aggro lists in the Grand Open as well at the moment. 3 reduction is really, really nice on it, and then you boost those calls on, and all of a sudden it becomes a very, very big thing to try and get over.
Yeah. Sometimes, you know what, it's good to play vanilla cards because because of vanilla, you're going to get the added benefit of a higher BP. Sometimes that's just good.
Yeah.
Sometimes flashing a couple of vanillas in does help. You know that in One Piece as well, you know.
Yes.
Sometimes that extra buff can help long term in the game.
Well, that Emperador isn't going to hit the battlefield or be on the battlefield for too long. Dream Bomb being flashed out of Alex's hand, and then the burst being followed up after the Pegasus attack is absolute ice shield. So Andre will have the opportunity to play the Emperador back down again on his next turn if he wants to. It just saves Alex a little bit of time and gives him a little bit of an extra bit of breathing room as he goes on to his turn, and he wants to try and build up a little bit of a lock for himself.
Yeah, also we get a bit of board presence. I think use Absolute Ice Shield at the right time there. Needed to be done, down to 2 life.
A second copy of the same spirit there to the left-hand side of Alex's board. No attacks being played, however, being thrown out. However, Andre still on 5 life. Alex on 2. Absolute Ice Shield already been popped and not replaced.
So no Absolute Ice Shield in hand. 3 cards in hand for Alex. Andre now has the benefit of knowing there's no other Absolute Ice Shield. Can potentially start thinking about getting some board presence, knows that if you can get him down to 1 life, no matter if you Absolute Ice Shield out again, won't do anything.
Yeah.
So, that's important. Get down to 1 life, put a lot of pressure on him, and start building a board presence where you've got more spirits than your opponent, so you can get a clean swing through, regardless of the blocks. Depending on obviously what flash cards are available in hand. But like I said, Alex is down to 2 cards in hand. It's definitely upper hand here.
It's not where you want to be when you're a control player either. In any kind of card game, let alone Battle Spirit Saga, control likes to have a lot of resources to have in hand to be able to have those extra resources. So you've committed your resources that you've got on board, then you'll have your cores in your reserve and things like that so that you can happily just, flash around and bounce stuff away or buff up your guys and then happily block. Turn passed over to Alex now after a couple of extra spirits being played for Andre.
Alex is analysing what you can remove here now. About removal. There you go.
There you go, right on cue. Burning Force is going to remove that Librarian Saga. He's going to stop that from boosting himself.
So.
Yeah. But what that will do is, at least if Alex wants to decide to swing this turn, it'll allow him to happily not worry about the trash Sulcore being put back into the reserve to boost itself up. But no swings are going to come. Happy to just take a back seat, but I suppose you're happier taking a back seat at the moment if you're Alex because you've got that Rocket City just waiting on as well. Boosting everything up by that extra 1000 BP is going to force Andre to commit a few more cores if he does want to start going on the aggressive.
Andre just needs to keep every turn bringing more and more spirits out. Alex has to keep responding to that. At the moment, Alex was happy to have back, knowing it was 3 spirits with 3 spirits. He can block those 3, but now Andre's ramping
Once again, Digimon players, we are taking sign-ups for the Store Championship side event. It is £10. You do have to drop from the main event in order to play. And remember that at the end of this round, there is a lunch break until 1:30 or 13:30.
Realising that this is going to be his go for game swing.
There we go. Look, Andre's got one block there. There we go.
That's going to trade off and get rid of the Pegasus Scion.
Yeah, he's going again.
Yep. And remember, because there's no summoning sickness in Battle Spirit Saga, that one more attack or an extra couple of attacks that are going to pierce through, unless that is any flash in Alex's hand. Plenty of cores in reserve. So here goes the first one. That is, I believe, suppression. Just like there. That's going to deal with one. That's going to deal with the, and that's going to end the attack step actually as well for Andre. So weathering the storm there, Alex. But how much longer can he weather the storm?
And the thing here is Alex going to commit? Alex is quite far behind. Look, Andre's still got 5 life. At some point, Alex is going to start thinking, I need to start attacking. Alex's hand size needs to be cards, I believe, in hand now.
And we've just seen as well there, in that prior turn of Andre, how quickly it was for him to be able to just dump a load of low-cost spirits into the field and just flood things and make it really, really difficult to try and get over, as Alex is going to be able to put 3 unanswered swings away. He's going to be able to perform a refresh step as well, thanks to that level 2 Nolman Guard ability. Perform a refresh step after your attack step if it is at level 2. It's got the 4 cores on it to do so.
Suddenly puts Alex in a very promising King. 5 life to now, down to 2. 1 spirit on board. Odds in hand, I believe.
Yeah, looks like it.
That's pretty much.
It's an entire role reversal from what we've just seen in the space of about a turn. As the turn gets just straight passed back over, Alex is going to drop a Bullet Ray, load up a load of cores.
Alex has definitely got upper hand now, so it's suddenly swung around in one turn. It's amazing how quickly this game can swing over. From a point where Andre threw everything at the table, trying to push through the win, Alex had that response there, and then...
So we're now in attack step for Alex. Lots and lots of cores there for Andre. Just counting them out: 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, including the Soul Core as well. So that's going to be a lot if there is going to be a flash that's going to come through. Here is another life taken. Then Dream Bomb is going to be flashed out from hand. That's going to get rid of the Nelman guard back into hand. Then Bullet Ray.
Digimon players, that is time on the round. Digimon players, that is time on the round. Judges, please prepare for overtime. You have 3 turns or 5 minutes, whichever comes first. Remember, there is a lunch break until 1:30, and we are taking sign-ups for our side event store championships.
Response from Alex. Nullify and stop that attack turn. And literally then Alex just spun it around on Andre, and it was like blindsided him. Yeah, interesting. Andre's going to have a look at his sideboard and see what he needs. Both players.
Yeah, I wonder as well in the sideboard, we've seen just the latest comment in the chat there from the Dark Defender, of whether Derm Dyna in the main deck, or whether that's something that needs to be sided in, because they're very right in saying that Derm Dyna could have had capacity to seal a win. So Derm Dyna, for those who aren't familiar with the card, 7 cost, 4 reduction, White Spirit. It's got a ability, no matter what level it is, whenever it attacks, you can pay this spirit's soul core, select one of your white spirits for each nexus either player controls, and the selected spirit cannot be blocked during this turn. And because Alex had that Rocket City back there just holding and biding its time, letting Alex just sit back and giving it the extra BP when blocking, it would have been an opportunity to go, okay, well, now I'm going to get through that last one unblockable and clean the game finally up.
That's what you really want. You want something that can do that just to push through for the last life. Unblockable Spirit is perfect, and fortunately we didn't see Andre find that. Both players are sideboarded now. That makes plenty of time still on the board, so more than enough time for 3 here. So
absolutely. So both players, like to say, just shuffling each other's deck, shuffling the decks up and getting everything ready to go. We see papers are going out there about suppression being very, very strong. We've seen it in, I think, every white deck that we've seen today has put suppression off at some point. It is just a fantastic little card, a little combat trick, and but its cost effectiveness as well. As I just pull the card up for myself here, 4 cost, 2 reduction. Select a spirit, it gains 3,000 BP during this turn, but if you spend the soul core, that spirit can block while exhausted as well. So it's really, really nice to be able to have that versatility, and it's basically just like an extra hidden Pega Cyanide in that sort of sense.
Absolutely, to be able to do that, buff it up by 3,000, and then use something that your opponent's not expecting to be utilized as a blocker to suddenly be blocked and have that extra buff. You can deal with a opponent's spirit and just take it off the board.
And combining that as well with something like Rocket City, just to hold back and give yourself an extra 1,000 BP. Any other when blocking effects? I think that there's a card in white that gives everything like each other's when blocking, I believe. But yeah, it's just a showcase for a really, really nice colour and a good different kind of way that we've seen it happen. So both players in the final preparations of preparing for game 2 for round 3 of what we are presuming is 4 rounds in this Friday store championship event. Still got the Digimon Regional Championships happening just out of eyesight over and just ahead of us. We've got the rest of the Battle Spirit Saga guys.
Digimon players, that is time on overtime.
Bandai card game action happening throughout.
Sorry, 1 minute remaining on overtime.
Which includes the big one in the weekend starting off tomorrow, the One Piece Regional Championship that both myself and Taj will be casting.
Just to confirm, you have 1 minute remaining on overtime.
When we go live tomorrow, just make sure that you're following this Twitch channel. Please subscribe and donate to the channel as well. It does help. Future streams when organised play events organises. So yeah, we appreciate it, guys.
Absolutely. So we are ready to go. But Andre is happy to have kept his hand, drawn himself up. I think that Alex has done the same as well, and we are underway in game 2 of
Surprise,
round
surprise.
3. And it is kicked off with a turn 1 Pegasione once again. Checks game, puts it out. Yes,
Digimon players, that is time on overtime. Digimon players, that is time on overtime. If you cannot declare a result, please call a judge. Once again, there is a lunch break until 1:30, and we are taking sign-ups for our store championship at Tournament HQ.
A lunch break, very, very jealous of that fact, here in the luscious Scottish voice and tones of Adam from APE, the tournament organiser for the Digimon guys today. As the next play for Andre is just going to be a little automatic gunner. That's happy to do so as a decent little follow-up play there as white aggro, and then followed up. Oh, there's a card that we've not seen a lot of. That is Raccoon Guard there. That's a 3-cost 2 reduction, and put on with 2 cores under it. That makes it 5,000 BP. This is a card that Adamasu Williams played in Palm Springs in the top 16, and he was the only white aggro player to play and main deck it to 4 copies. And he obviously must have gotten something right with it, because he was the runner-up at Palm Springs. So nice little inclusion.
Well, you look at it. I mean, you can cheat it in for 1 essentially with a reduction cost, which we've just seen Andre do, and 2 cores on it, and it's a 5,000 BP. You know, that's a nice little thing to have on the board. You're dedicating 2 cores just to bring it in, 1 to play it, 1 to keep it in life, and then going forward, you can use those cores to buff it up. 5,000, multiple little spirits like that on the board can make a difference later on in the game.
Now, let's talk about little spirits later on in the game, and little spirits in the game in general, because we've seen a card that brought down from Alex's side of the field that, again, we've not been seeing a lot of. I'm presuming that this has been a sideboard option that Alex has gone for here, in Cannon Beastmech Leomail. Now, it's at level 2 at the moment with the 3 cores on it, which means that when this spirit blocks, you can select one of your opponent's spirits that costs 2 or fewer and return it to the top of their deck. This is going to be really, really important to try and deal with that early pressure that Andre was able to put on in the early stages of Game 1 in this encounter in his pairing. So, turn is currently
Digimon
over.
players, all pairings
Andre's
have been
side.
reported. You may now enjoy your lunch break. Once again, we are taking sign-ups for our store championship at Tournament HQ, which will start at 1:30 when round 4 commences.
Again, that's not a bad thing. You know, sometimes you want to utilise those cores early on in the game. So taking a couple of life early on is a positive thing. So,
and just passing the turn there from Andre, not wanting to try and draw out or bait out the blocking from that Cannon Beastmech Leomail to bounce anything away. And now we'll see what Alex has in his hand in the tank. His follow-up play. He's just going to commit another spirit onto board and pass the turn straight back over. Looks like, is that Gun Knight Heavy Barrel there perhaps? No, because it's got a level 3 ability, so it might. Oh, it's Odin Type X, I think. I believe that's Fortress God Knight Odin Type X.
Yep.
There, so that's 5 cost, 3 reduction. Currently sitting with 3 cores on it at level 2, which means it does gain its extra effect whenever this spirit attacks or blocks. You may return an opponent's spirit that costs 3 or fewer and return it into their hand. So, game plan looks pretty clear for Alex here. Is control Andre's board very, very, very quickly, as we see. It's like a Dream Bomb being played here. Is this being played at main?
Yeah, he wants to get rid of that because, let's be honest, because that could deal with the Raccoon. He could put the Raccoon out of play, so that's been removed straight away. Because the other one we've got out there, the Cannon Beast Leomail, there's nothing really out there that will affect Andre's board, because all of his spirits are 3 cost or higher, so he's not worried about that at all at the moment. But that Raccoon would have got removed, and he not dealt with it.
Yeah, just saw a little bit of a discussion happening there as well about the Odin Type X. It was needs to be returned to hand as opposed to being destroyed because it was bounced by Dream Bomb, but that's been all sorted. and we are now into block steps, and Andre's attack step, I believe. The Pegasiode going down there to trade off, and then he's over to Alex for his turn now. And he's just left with one solitary Leomale, but that will be changed pretty quickly. There is Head Ice Maid Fula, which can have the ability to stop any cores being removed from it. Not necessarily any sort of immediate impact that ability is going to have at the moment, unless there is some kind of core drain or core theft that has been cited in by Andre. We've seen it a couple of times, some of those core draining magics being played and cited in for white decks. But turn over to Andre.
Alex did also drop back that Fortress God Knight Odin type X again from his hand.
So that means that any that raccoon that is currently got 2 cores under it is a little bit of a target at the moment.
Exactly, because he's got the 3 cores on it to level 2, he can get that bounce that raccoon.
So core being attached onto the Pegasiode, that's going to make it level 2. Now we are going to get the Head Librarian Saga onto the field for Andre, making sure that Soul Core goes into the trash as well to pay for it, so you can utilise the when attack or block effect to pump itself back up. 3 cores left available in reserve for Andre if he so chooses to, and still 5 life as well, but that got depleted pretty quickly in game 1.
It's pretty much a mirror of where we were life-wise in game 1. You know, Alex is on 2 life, Andre's on 5. Andre suddenly had a lot of creatures, spirits hit the board, went in to try and close the game, and then it backfired on him. So, you know, how is he going to respond this time? We'll see. So both players currently on 3 spirits each. Andre decides to go in for the attack there. Yeah,
and it is going to pump itself up because it is a when attack or block effect. So that Head Ice Librarian is now a 4,000. It looks like pre-block flash is going to be put in. There goes the Type X, goes again once back to the hand using Dream Bomb. So doesn't have to worry about the raccoon.
Second time it's been put back into hand.
Yeah, absolutely. But it means that raccoon is safe if he wants to attack Andre with it again this turn, or actually attack with it this turn. Life is going to be taken. Ice Shield going to be flipped. And that is going to swiftly end an attack step there for Andre. But I like the fact that he's being able to continue to bounce that Type X, because what that does is that puts Alex into a bit of an awkward situation of, do I want to recommit it down like I've done there and use the cores for it, or is there something else, another line of play that I want to go down with what I've got in my hand? It's just makes Alex stall himself out just that little bit to try and push Andre over the line.
I mean, at the moment, because he had 2 other symbols out, he brings it in for 3, having to dedicate a core onto it. So every turn he's playing it, that's 4 cores that will be committed to that spirit. So Andre's doing his job with that suppression and making sure that he's limiting the cores available to Alex for him to be able to get a better board state. It's what these decks are all about. It's trying to control your opponent, minimize the cores they have each turn by getting them to have to repeat the plays they did the last turn.
So I think the turn is over with Andre at the moment. Of course it will be because the Absolute Ice Shield being flipped prior. So only 4 cores in reserve, but of course they've got 3 reduction symbols out there as well. One of the biggest unique elements of Battle Spirit Saga is that cost reduction ability. What have we got going on? I think Alex has a Burning Force in hand. I think we've got Derm Diner in hand there for Andre, which is what we said earlier at game 1 was something that if Andre had previously, he would have been able to take game 1. 3 cores being paid. It's actually going to be put straight onto the Pegasiode.
5 cores on the Pegasiode.
Yeah, so that's going to make it level 3, 7,000 BP. That currently sits at with the Soul Core on it as well, so it will be able to block spirits with 2 cores or fewer. Into attack step we go. The
bounces the Raccoon back to hand.
Odin type X now finally going to get the value that Alex was hoping for, and with that block, the Odin type X, the Pegasione are going to trade off. Who do you think is going to be the happier with that exchange?
I think Alex is going to be happier with that. You know, put Andre down to just the 1 spirit on board now. You can see Alex probably doing what he did last turn as well now. Suddenly starting to get some spirits out. Because Andre didn't have the suppression, it meant that he's now got more cores to play with this turn as well, Alex. You finally start making some moves, and that's what we're seeing, you know. Another spirit being brought to the board, giving him a bit more of an advantage over where Andre is. Potentially could get 1 or 2 swings through here, start nipping away at Andre's life, but you know, we'll see what happens here.
He's just going to elect to just pass the turn, happy and content to just play down the Fanatic Elk. Of course, that is now with 4 cores on it, so it is level 3. That does mean that you've got the option to stop it from when this spirit blocks during this turn. It can't be destroyed by distraction effects or as a result of battle, and it cannot have its cores removed by your opponent's effects. And on the end of opponent's turn, if Alex didn't lose any life, then that is going to pick away for 1 at Andre's life as well. So, interesting little board state between these 2 players at the moment as we are halfway through round 3 in the Friday convention event here at the UK Games Expo live from the NEC. We hope that you've been enjoying the show and enjoying the coverage so far. And we'll remind you, and don't forget that if you have missed any of the rounds and any of the action so far today, the VODs will be available on the official Organised Play Events YouTube channel following the conclusion of today's event. So head on over to there to make sure that you don't miss a moment of all of the action that has happened throughout not just Battle Spirit Saga, but the entire weekend. So here comes a second Raccoon now for Andre. And going straight into attack step, swinging with the Raccoon.
Might as well. He knows it's going to get bounced to hand if it stays there. So there we go. Okay.
So Elk, so Elk blocks and just destroys the Raccoon. Extra swing. Almost wanted to come in there with the flying gunner there. Instead, he's going to sequence this one a little bit differently. He's going to swing in with the Bullet Ray. Obviously, the Elk doesn't have a block to use now, but still it does have the Lear Mail and the head Ice Maid Fula. Yep, it is going to be the Lear Mail that is going to block. Can utilise the when this spirit blocks ability, and would be able to actually target the Librarian if he wanted to. Is going to bounce instead the fish to the top of the deck, and the attack just won't go through. It will just sort of fizzle out. Now, he's going to attack Andre with the Librarian Saga, and he's going to dump the Soul Core as well. And in response, flip Dream Bomb to put that one back into hand. And all of a sudden, that's a very empty battlefield for Andre.
Yeah, Andre's now exposed. Let's see what Andre decides to do, right?
He's going to swing in with the flying automatic gunner. That is going to trade with Ice Maid Fula, and straight over to Alex. I wonder if that was perhaps just a. I was initially thinking that it might have been a little bit of a misplay from Andre's side of the board. I think from I've lost my train of thought completely.
I think Andre was conscious of the fact he was going to lose a life. He didn't take a life, so he was trying to push through just to get 1 hit in.
Yeah.
But Alex did everything he could to prevent that, and has put him in a positive stance now. You know, coming into this, Alex is now dropping stuff on the board.
Yeah.
Andre's got nothing on board now. 4 life.
But a grip full of cards and a lot of cores in reserve.
Yeah,
so
this is it. So Andre could respond.
So Ray goes through fine. First Elk, fine. Leia Mail, fine. Now Elk, fine.
Oh,
and that is going to be game. and that's going to be the round. Alex
Yeah.
is going to have taken it 2-0 to Alex.
I thought Andre might have had something in hand. He's letting Alex swing with everything, so then he'd leave him exposed, drop a couple of spirits, go in for game. But no, unfortunately, Andre didn't have anything in hand. Alex, well played game by Alex. I think, again, both games swung from one perspective to another very quickly.
Yeah.
So this is what Spirit Saga is all about.
Yeah. It was a tenacious output there,
Yeah.
I think, from him, being able to just stick with it, trusting what he's got going on, and just slowly, methodically pick off the board state, and then all of a sudden just one big swing, and it's game over. Congratulations to Andre as well there with the great start that he managed to have in the start of the game. Just couldn't quite get it over the line. But that's going to do it for round 3 of Battle Spirit Saga. We're expecting one more round to come up, and we're coming with you right after this break. Good afternoon and welcome back for the fourth and final round of our Friday convention event for Battle Spirit Saga here live from the UK Games Expo at the NEC from Birmingham. It's Ben Fitzpatrick, Louis here with you once again to close it out with Taj by my side. It's been a long break, but Taj, we're finally ready to crown ourselves a winner.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like Alex, who we had, who just won the last round, is back at the table as well. We saw on stream in round 3, so we know we've got White. He made an amazing comeback from both games there. Looked like Andre had the upper hand, so we'll see how he competes against his opponent, see what we're up against. Yeah,
really exciting opportunity, a really exciting time across this entire weekend, of course, for OPE and Battle Spirit Saga. Of course, following the conclusion of round 4 today, we will leave you with the picking up back up with the Digimon Regional that is currently going on just off of iShot over our casting position now, currently entering into round 4, following on with their lunch break. So we'll end the stream here following the Battle Spirit Saga conclusion, then pick up with a brand new stream fresh for Digimon ahead of, we believe, probably round 5 given our timings. And then of course across the weekend we've got the big One Piece Birmingham Regional Championship across both Saturday and Sunday. The Swiss rounds tomorrow and the Top Cut coming up on Sunday, which I'm really excited for, but I'm even more excited to watch this final and get this game going.
Yeah, see who's going to be crowned our first convention event winner here. So there's a Metal Cora up for grabs here.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, I saw it at the launch event.
Okay.
So I was around for the final there. It looks amazing.
Does it?
So, yeah, it's,
I've not seen it yet.
It looks like a nice metal nugget. It's just like, the core looks absolutely amazing. But yeah, great prizes for both players in the final as well. Top was pretty decent prize coverage here. So yeah, well, Alex already's got a play mat, but he's going to get another one by the looks of it. So,
and he's going to get himself a deck box as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's something I'm very jealous of, those deck boxes. Incredible quality. So it's Alex versus Michael, and I believe this is Michael from round 1 piloting Yellow God Beast.
Yeah, we saw Michael earlier on, so Michael's back again here for the final here against Alex. So let's see. Again, the yellow was pretty decent. Again, good matchup for Michael against White. So we'll see how Alex handles playing a yellow deck, because as we were saying earlier on, White's tailored to face red and purple with his armor ability against him. There is 1 or 2 cards that do have armor against yellow as well, but Michael's both players have now dropped a couple of spirits.
So we've got the Bullet Ray and the Pegasione on the side of Alex. Interestingly, the Soul Core at the moment is on the Bullet Ray and not on the Pegasione. Now that it gets switched up, so the Soul Core effect is going to be live, and a lone Freezer Tile on the side of Michael, a card that we didn't really get to see until late on in his round 1 matchup. There is Blessed Cathedral as well for Michael. Really important to get that one down early for Yellow, and just happy to take the pass of the turn over back to Alex's side of the field, who started off slow in his initial games and then immediately just went straight in and managed to win with that final ultimate swing in both games in the previous round. So it looks like there's just a little bit of a read of one of the Nexuses here. I believe that's Forest of Steel Leaves that has been played down by Alex. It's 4 cost 2 reduction. Its effect reads either level 1 or 2. If you have a burst card set, your white Nexuses cannot be destroyed by the effects of your opponent's red spirits or magic. So that's massive to get away from any burning force.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very important contact down there. 2 of them now.
Wow.
So,
and then one of them has just had a core placed onto it as well, so that's going to boost that up to level 2. When one of your spirits is destroyed by your opponent, select one of their Nexuses and return it to their hand. So a little bit of Nexus control, a little bit of Nexus denial here, which is something that's few and far between in the game at the moment. Obviously it's still early days, we're still very deep into set 1, set 2 and start deck 5 right around the corner, but this is going to be an interesting little trick to be used, especially against Yellow with that Blessed Cathedral.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow, and then there goes Naumgard as well. This is a really quick start compared to what it was last round. And obviously not worried about swinging in early or anything like that. Doesn't want to give Michael the reaction or the triggers off of the Blessed Cathedral. So just happy to go more along the control route and just lock the board down at this early stage.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's looking interesting here. So we've got pretty much almost mirroring each other there. 3 spirits on the board, 1 Nexus on Michael's side, 2 on Alex's. Decides to swing in with a penguin.
Battle penguin.
Again, you don't mind if that penguin's in your discard pile of the trash because it's still gonna do things for you, being 2 cost. This is what yellow's all about.
Absolutely, alluding there to the big god beast behemoth for those that may not have been tuning in during round 1. They're able to be played off of double reduction costs of the 2 costs in your discard pile, and with that Pentent going down as well, that's going to trigger Blessed Cathedral to draw a card. So I think quite possibly one of the happiest lines of play there, if you like, or to get the card advantage, get an extra little bit of fuel in there in your discard pile for God Beast Behemoth later down the line, although that's not going to be much more value coming from the Cathedral at this stage with Burning Force.
Yeah. So that was the combo that you really want to do, Blessed Cathedral, swing with the 2 costs, if it dies, you don't care because you're going to get some benefit from it later anyway.
It's something this yellow deck does quite well, is just get that kind of all-round value. You don't mind if you're falling behind a little bit, if you've got things like your Blessed Cathedral. If you're playing though lots of the heavy 2-cost based build, then immediately it's just going to pump up and ramp you up into the God-based Behemoth faster. Here comes Jewel Eagle, who's been bumped up as well with a couple of cores. So that is now at level 3. And he's going to swing in, and this means that during the attack step, all spirits with Blessed cannot be blocked by level 1 spirits. So Alex is just going to take the damage, and Michael is going to boost himself up into 6 life now. Remember, there is no limit with life that can be gained off of Blessed as well. So another nice little small interaction there, another little win for Michael, I think.
Just does help to get himself set up for a little bit later on. It is the long game here. It's not about trying to get in there.
And this is the thing as well. I think is that yellow can deal quite nicely with this if games try to get pushed to the distance, because I think it sits in that nice little mid-range balance of it's got the really nice, quick, aggressive low end if you want to go and just rush face really, really quickly, and then it's got this more a tempo kind of build, just making yourself build up, getting all of your advantage, and then having your explosion towards the top end of a game. You see that Elk has just been dropped there as well. That's a card we've seen a lot of today. And Michael back with a second Blessed Cathedral, boosting that one up into its level 2 state as well. So I think a core might not have gotten placed in the end on Freezer Tail, and he's going to have to take the life into the trash because there was no life damage dealt from the Elk effect.
So interesting here, as we say, if your opponent doesn't get a good early board state, as you say, can be quite aggro and start smashing through. But likewise, if your opponent does, like Alex has in this case, you can just, as you say, start building your resources up, ready for later games. So it is definitely a good mid-range deck. There we go, another beast deck.
So there is another Nalm guard, and this board state from Alex it's not just wide, but it's tall as well. I mean, you've got they're both level 1 at the moment, but still, that's still 7,000 BP. Yep. You've also got your Elk there on your far right-hand side of the screen, if you're looking at it as we are with a top-down view on stream at home or wherever you may be tuning in from. That's another big, sizable BP chunk. You've even got the Ray that you can put 1 extra core on it to put that up to 5k for a very little core investment, and it's comfortable spots for both players, I think. I don't think either player necessarily has much of an advantage, as here comes the Nexus that we saw get a lot of effect, a lot of value in round 1 for Michael.
Yep. Yeah, I think we've learned from the last round not to jump the gun about thinking one player's ahead of the other. Alex has proven to us that, board state can be quite far behind and Alex can come back. Different play this time. Alex has really got a good solid board on play now. Play the long game,
And this is a very different card that he's just played down now. This is Phantom Beast King Lin. 9 cost, 6 reduction. He's just rested the Phantasm, the Nexus there at the bottom of your screen to draw a card because Phantom Beast King Lin is a Fable Beast. It's got the effect, when summoned at any level, select one of your opponent's spirits for each Fable Beast you control. They are treated as level 1 during this turn. So that's why he earlier just mentioned to the Pegasione and the Elk, poking that they are both now level 1. And War Eagle, the Dual Eagle now, as we go to attack step, is going to swing in. Then the Pegasione going down as well. And this is a really nice spot, I think, just by playing that one card, which is another card we've not seen much of whatsoever.
Yeah.
The interaction we just saw happening there was was a bounce effect, I believe, of some description, or a distraction effect.
Destruction, yeah, we had 2 spirits there hitting.
Now here comes King Lin that is going to swing in. What is the BP that's currently sitting at? 5,000.
Are you checking they're not cheating?
At the moment. And making sure that. So we 3-block flash there to exhaust Nexus, get rid of the Elk.
Yep.
That's nice. I'm happy with that one.
That's a huge move there. Removing the Elk obviously helps Michael there, because that could have been a bit of a problem going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. So still in a pre-block flash opportunity there. Apologise for any interruptions that you might have heard during the broadcast at that moment there. So I think the King Lin, has the damage been taken from that, or are they still? Now the damage has been taken there from the Lin, and we can continue on with the attack step. It's just pass the turn over, and all of a sudden, it's a really nice ball state for Michael. Now we can definitively say, when we think the turn before, it still felt very neck and neck. It still felt like the ball states were quite level. Now Michael really has some nice advantage.
And Alex, they're looking at Michael's cards to just understand what they do. Looks like Alex might not have come across some of these cards in playtesting, playing before.
I don't think a lot of people will have come across King Lin, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
The research that I did, I don't think any of the yellow Fable Beast lists that were topping the Grand Opens included that whatsoever.
Yeah.
Partially due to the fact that it's a 9 cost. Yes, you got the 6 reduction, but
Yeah.
it's still an extra core as opposed to something like Behemoth or in your top end that you're wanting to utilise. But it's you've seen the effect right there happening. That it's just it swung the board state, at least for that turn, really nicely. As we now
I
have.
remember when the set first came out, we were looking at the launch event, and I looked at this card, and I was like, yeah, it's quite expensive to play. Quite useful though, considering what yellow builds around 2 costs. So I thought, might see play, and obviously it can be cheated in the 6 reduction there.
Yeah.
You can quite easily get a lot of small things out. So yeah, good to finally see it play and see how it plays out. Because as long as Michael can get some 2 costs out, it's can we block with spirits with any effects listed, which White is all about.
Yeah, especially White sort of aggro-y type builds that do like to. We were saying about the round before about playing those vanilla cards and stuff like that. The bullets, the automatic gunners, the big 4 cost 3 reduction one as well. As we see the double Phantasmal Paradise happening now after the turtle gets summoned down. Now we see double Blessed Cathedral. This is a really intimidating board state that Alex has got to face down. He's got blocker options if he wants them, and I think that he's realised with some of the core distribution here that effect of the dual eagle and the effect of the Lin as well, stopping some of the level 1s, sort of chump blocks as you will. And he's done so much that he's actually just going to concede the turn here, Michael. I think it's gone over to Alex's side of the field.
Alex on 2 life, Michael's on 6.
And Michael's got a burst card in his slot with Alex not having a burst in his slot. So the burst effect of that, or the effect of that level 2 Nexus doesn't matter at this stage in time. So ideally, it doesn't really matter what it is at this stage, whether it's Ice Shield, Dream Bomb, whatever. I think if you're Alex, you'll want to get a burst card into that slot, just so that you've got, just even as the threat of that Forest Hill City, so you can get rid of some of their Nexuses and stuff like that.
So having 4 Nexuses on board, that is quite a huge advantage there for Michael, especially with what they do.
So just figuring out what he wants to do here. Going to load some cores up onto the second Noun Guard and now onto the Odin Type X, which we saw do a lot of work in the round before and just past the turn is going to be the call. So he's got a lot of big blockers at the moment, does Alex. He's got Noun Guard up to level 2, so that's at 10,000. Both of those are at 10,000 BP. He's got the Bullet Ray at level 2 as well, so that's 5,000 BP, and then the Type X is at 1, 2, 3, so level 2, so that's another 5,000 BP. And he's not going to get the value off of the Dual Eagle. Okay, you're just going to, leave one core just to let the spirit be alive, but oh no, I'm going to just fly over the head. So another spirit being played here. I think that's the Hippocampo just to the bottom right there, underneath the turtle, drawing 2 extra cards off of the Phantasmal Nexus is there as well. Turn past over to Alex, and he's going to play down a Rocket City Nexus. That's only going to help him even further when it comes to these blocks.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge blockers in play there. That's a positive for Alex.
Oh, Burning Force against the Rocket City. That's going to help out some of the maths a little bit nicer. Another Hippocampo as well for Mike. Also some opportunities to do some blessed triggers if the attacks can go through. Now resting double Phantasmal. This is incredible. We were just saying about how yellow seems really nice and all round and can go wrong if it needs to and build itself up. And the state of the board that it's in at the moment is just, it's something to behold.
A thick stack of cards in Michael's hand as well. Lots of options there for Michael going forward.
Yeah, no calls in reserve at the moment, so if you wanted to start flashing things in, would have to pay off of his own spirits. But now we're in a little bit of a predicament, a little bit of a stalemate. Who's going to blink first and try and go in with the first swing? We're seeing some love for yellow in the chat there as well. It's showing off beautifully in this final round on stream here at the Battle Spirit Saga Friday Convention event. There is another turtle that's going to trigger 2 more rests again of the Phantasmal Nexus. Loading up 1 final core onto it as well, and Michael's going to take the initiative. He's going to start swinging. He's just going to offer the measly turtle with just the 1 core on it at the moment, the flying turtle. So it's just 1k. Block will bounce the other, what's the freezer tail? Continue on with the
still plenty of spirits on board there.
Yeah, 6 spirits on board for Michael, just the 4 for Alex, now 3 with the Odin Type X having been rested. Now the Lin is going to go in and try and swing. That is just got the 1 core on it at the moment, so that's still 5k. Block declared for Bullet Ray, post block flash, it's going to be Angelic Pressure. What's the target? It is going to be just the Ray. And Ray will go down. And then cores being removed from the...
So both the Blessed Cathedrals bounce back to hand there.
Yeah. And then pass the turn. So just trying to chisel away a little bit by little.
And I think Michael could afford to at that point. You don't want to overcommit. At the same time, it was after would have been the green bomb.
Yes. That's something I've been guilty of in the past, is forgetting to resolve your effects, especially in a day like this, in a tournament like this, where 4 rounds doesn't sound like a lot, but it's 60 minutes, best of 3. It's been a long way to try and get here. Here comes Burning Force now, and he's going to take out some spirits instead. Just a little look into the discard pile now. Just a little bit of conversation happening, perhaps regarding that turtle miss trigger. So we'll see what is going to resolve on from this, but it's been a really nice, hotly contested game this, and already in game one. We're just shy of 20 minutes in, and neither player really has the best kind of idea or best kind of highest footing, I think.
Yeah, again, this could be another one of those games which stretches out quite a bit because, again, Michael's in a positive position with that life gain up to 6. Alex, 2 life, but very comfortable.
Yeah.
Not having to worry too much.
And that big double now guard there as well as the Odin Type X, which is happy to just get rid of some extra little things. Just getting an extra little bit of confirmation and discussion about what's happening at the table at the moment. Of course, if you've enjoyed the coverage so far and are a fan of all the Bandai games, that APE is the home for Bandai TCGs competitively in this area to put them on and stream them for you guys. So if you have enjoyed the coverage so far, be sure to drop a follow onto the official OPE Twitch channel, and also consider subscribing as well to the channel. It helps us make the stream qualities even better going further, and we certainly hope that there is plenty of streaming to do going further for this game and beyond.
Yeah, it's an exciting time for Bandai games here in the UK, especially with Digimon going so strong at the moment. One Piece making a huge impact within its first 2 sets, and obviously now Battle Spirit Saga being introduced recently as well. Set 2 about to drop. Hopefully, this gets momentum as well, and we'll see this game be successful as well. So yeah, lots of great games from Bandai. Really looking forward to the success of these games going forward.
Yeah.
But yeah, Alex at the moment, if I was Alex, I'd really need to find an absolute ice shield now, I think. Just to have that burst, while you've still got 2 life. There we go. So that burning force now resolves.
So the situation before has all been dealt with, it's all been resolved, everything's all fine. And we have burning force taking down the 2 small little spirits there, and that turn play to Michael. And we're underway to go. I think
pretty impactful there for Alex. Removing 2 Nexuses, several spirits as well, putting Michael back to 4 spirits. Michael's now put another Nexus out.
And there comes the God Beast as well. So he can choose which way he wants to play this with the reduction, either by the symbols that are on board or by the 2 costs that are in the discard pile. Triple trigger off of the Phantasmal there as well, resting all 3 of them.
Looking at the moment that Michael's got more cards in hand than he has in his deck. Such a stacked hand there, plenty of plays that Michael can do there.
And plenty of Pentans to come down as well, and sit plenty of cups of tea. There comes a Freezer Tail as well.
That was the one that was,
and another Freezer Tail.
One was bounced back to hand earlier, but it's back down again.
So are we gonna look for? You've got to just go in for a big swing here, haven't you? You've got 5, 6, 7, 8 swings to go on.
Personally, I'd at least go for 2 swings and see what would happen.
Yep. So he's going to lead in the attack step with the God Beast. That is up into level 2, I believe. So yeah, that is. I know it's level 3, so that's 11,000. So this block with the Noun Guard will destroy Noun Guard, and God Beast will live. So that's a necessary block to have to make. Noun Guard, when destroyed, is going to bounce away 2 of the Phantasms and draw 3 cards, as well as gain 3 cores back into the reserve. That's a lot of cores. I didn't realise how many cores Alex had in his reserve there. Wow. So Freezer Tail now on the swing. This is just at level 1, so this is just a little bit of a poke, like you said earlier. Try and maybe bait something out, one of the blocks, maybe a magic card, a flash from hand.
This is what you want to do in Michael's situation. You just want to help thin down Alex's hand, maybe get Alex to use some of their magic cards to support you later on, so they we see that response there now.
And there's one of them. It's going to be Suppression, pre-block flash step. And now the block has been declared, and Freezer Tail will go into the discard pile. Odin X having been blocked, and now on Destruction, it's going to get double Freezer Tail trigger as well. and has, I think it's about 20 cards in hand now as we continue on the attack step. Second
Michael's
freeze
got to be careful here not to get milled.
Yeah.
So many cards in hand with all those triggers. The longer this goes on, the more dangerous to be. Nowhere near getting milled at the moment. But, it's one of those things you've got to bear in mind as well with games where all your triggers for drawing, if they come through like Michael's had, having all those nexuses in play, doing that for them, you're in danger late game the longer it goes on, and it's proven in earlier rounds. These games can go on for quite a while, many turns, and all those cause to in use as well. Because the longer you go on, the more cause you got in hand, and the more you can do.
Yeah. So now we are just going to see a scoop. That's probably right. I saw Neo Mouse out the corner of my eye call well there. You could use just Dream Bomb for game GG, and right on cue there it was. Dream Bomb got rid of the Odin type X, managed to bait the block in with the second now guard, and then just swing with, I believe that's a winner's war, dual eagle there to take game one and be one game away from winning the convention event.
Yeah, absolutely. Good play there. It's interesting. What I love about Battle Spirit Saga is you're ramping up your cause equally to the players. Similar to what we see in One Piece. No one's going to have like you have in certain other games where you might miss a energy or land drop or what have you. This is consistently both players are going up. And there are some ways you can cheat, force from the void into the game, but it's a nice way that it ramps up, and it's good to see that. That game went off for a reasonable amount of time, but at the same time, it helped the game come to its conclusion. So, we'll see what happens.
Which you wouldn't think of, I think, when you face stuff against yellow control, or white control, I should say. They are a deck that likes to, any control decks just want to sit back, let things go over as long as possible, drop your big beefy bombs so there's a block, or then just poke in over the top and things like that. But like we were saying earlier, yellow is just really nicely well-rounded, and is able to say, look, if you want to go the distance, I could do that as well, and I'm going to set up my value engine one way or another. We saw with how many Blessed Cathedrals were played out, how many the Phantasmal Nexuses were played out, ultimately leading up to a board of God Beast, Double, Freezer Tail, Pentad, Jewel Eagle, and a couple of others just made away. I also want to highlight the work that the Phantom Beast King Lin did back in the chat. Because that was a really nice little piece to be able to have.
Yeah, quite impactful when it came in. Obviously helped to, I think it reduced a couple of spirits down to level 1, didn't it?
Yeah.
Which gave Michael the ability to get rid of those spirits off the board. Did its job when it came in. Well timed as well to bring in at the right time. So, let's see.
And we should mention as well the level 3 effect of the Phantom Beast King then as well. When this spirit attacks at level 3, if you control 3 or more spirits that cost 2, this spirit cannot be blocked by spirits with any effects listed. That's a ridiculous effect, especially in yellow that loves to flap the board early with the 2 costs, or even just when you've got that big cards and you've got those cores and you've been continuing to draw through your deck with the engine that we've just mentioned, to just continue to just buff up 2 cost, 2 cost, 2 cost, and then all of a sudden you're just pushing in there. And with white, with the white control deck, with there being so many cards that have extra effect text, you're leaving down a bullet ray and a gunner, maybe?
Exactly. It's a very impactful card that no one's exploited. Yes, as UK says in the chat, 45 drawings on one deck is mad.
Both players fully shuffled up, fully sided up then, and getting ready to play what could potentially be the last game of our convention event tournament here on Friday, the first day of the UK Games Expo, live from the NEC in Birmingham. There is another convention event coming down on Sunday, while we are streaming the Top Cut of the One Piece Regional Championships. Plenty of space still available to get involved with the convention event, however, on the Sunday. So this is just sort of giving you a little bit of inspiration. Wants to scratch an itch, come on down and try and play on Sunday. I know that watching this, I remarked to you during the break between last round that this is just making me want to play a little bit more.
Yeah, I haven't had many opportunities to play the game since the launch event. I did play in the Storm sealed deck event, which is great. Yeah, absolutely. Just really want to play this game a bit more.
So here we go then. It is double Nexus to start off with for Alex. The first one being that Rocket City. It's got 2 cores on it, and the second one is an interesting one. Fortress Metropolis Nulman City. This is during your main step when you summon a Machine Spirit Beast Spirit card that costs 6 or more. Count the symbol on this Nexus as 3 white symbols. So that's your fast track to hit Nulman.
Yeah, that is very good.
And speaking of quickly, it's exactly what Michael's trying to do here. He's just going to swing in with
already down to 2 life.
Wow. And managed to pick up an extra card as well off of the turtle. I believe it was a Pentan that was revealed to get that one into hand. Now,
that's exactly what I was saying first game.
Digimon players, you have 5 minutes remaining on the round. 5 minutes on the round, Digimon main event players.
Just start swinging early and just trying to hit that life as quickly as you can to get that early advantage. And it's definitely paying off so far for Michael.
Yeah. Here's Odin type X now. That's going to swing and is going to bounce the Freezer Tail from hand. That means that obviously no draw effect from that because it's not a distraction effect. It's been bounced into the hand. And yes, can you believe it, folks? Digimon players have only 5 minutes left in their round as we pass it back over to Michael. Interesting to note as well with the cores at the moment on Rocket City, for those who don't know what the level 2 effect does on that, during opponent's turn, whenever your opponent draws outside of their draw step, they must discard a card. And I like that the different element of recognition in that, as we see here comes a Dream Bomb, and unless there is an Ice Shield in that burst slot, this could very well be the game, and there it is indeed. Ice Shot. I saw Pokey with it saying Dreambot top deck wins, but thankfully for Alex, he had that Ice Shield ready and raring to go.
Absolutely. That was very close.
Yeah, and you can see from just that passage of play there alone how important a card like Absolute Ice Shield is in any deck whatsoever.
Absolutely. It's an absolute game changer. If you've got Absolute Ice Shield, it can swing a game very, very quickly. And Alex got it at the right time because we know earlier on in the game Alex didn't have it. It meant that Michael got those 3 swings through very quickly and very easily. Alex got another burst card down. Didn't see what it was. Might be another Absolute Ice Shield.
You'd have to hope for him it's another Absolute Ice Shield.
Yeah.
Odin type X is going to swing and is going to get rid of the only active spirit on Michael's side of the field. So that's going to send take 1 life through.
Michael's down to 3 life now.
Refresh and draw, and here we go. You see the cores that have been moved off of Rocket City as well. Alex, just realising that there's no Nexus threat at the moment. There's no Cathedrals or Phantasmals coming on at the moment. So we are happy to remove the cores off, get the Pegasione going as well as Freezer Tail is back onto the field. So nice, I'll do it to you twice as well.
As Chap was saying, White did a really good job there to get back control of the board there.
Yeah.
It was looking very dangerous, but that Absolute Ice Shield really did help Alex to get a bit more stability on the board moving forward.
See Alex just having a little bit of a read of Odin type X there. He is currently at level 2, so it's 5,000 BP at the moment. So both the Freezer Tails up to level 2 as well. 1 more core, 1 more spirit. See if that goes for attack step or not. Michael's just happy to just solidify ball position. And Alex breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief from where he was a couple turns ago.
Absolutely.
So where does Alex go from here? He's going to drop a second Odin type X. So during opponent's attack step, if you control a white Nexus, refresh the spirit at the start of the step. So that's an ever-present blocking threat to have to worry about, allowing Alex to just go straight in and swing freely.
bouncing that koala back to hand.
And then there goes the turtle as well. He's going to draw off of the active freezer tail. Then the second one's going to swing in, bounce the last freezer tail, and the block is going to have to come through as needed because there's no burst in the slot at the moment for Michael. And all of a sudden, the game's just turned on its head.
Absolutely. Alex seems to be in a position to be having upper hand here. 3 life left. Michael's side of the board. Alex is on the 2.
Still plenty of cores to utilise, however, for Michael. He's got, 4, 8, 10, 11, it looks like, cores from my quick count there as he just sets a burst into his slots. Now here comes Jewel Eagle. He's done a lot of work in the earlier game.
Quite a few cores on there. Just 3 cores.
Yeah, boosting it right up to level 3. So during attack step, your spirits with Blessed cannot be blocked by your opponent's level 1 spirits. There aren't any level 1 spirits on our side of the field at the moment. But certainly something to keep an eye on and keep consideration on. Just 3 cores remaining in reserve for Michael, and Michael just has to pass, not really much else going on. He's got a healthy amount of cards as well in hand as Michael.
Yeah, about 8 cards I think it was.
Yeah.
7 or 8 cards.
So over to Alex we go. Still haven't seen the big mech beast Malmgard getting
Digimon players, that is time on the round. Digimon players, that is time on the round.
Malman Nexus there.
5 minutes of overtime, 3 turns, you know the drill.
As the Digimon players have entered into overtime, the set players that are still playing, or reminder following the conclusion of the round here for Battle Spirit Saga, and in doing so the event, we will have the rest of the Digimon Regional Championships to be able for you to enjoy. No cards.
Fresh out of Lord of the Rings, can Gollum come back for his deck from the deck checks, please? Can Gollum return to find his precious? Thank you.
But not enough to be able to comfortably commentate on that one. Yes. Alex moving around some cores now.
Yeah, looks like the Odin Type X has now gone up to level 3, Rocket City onto level 2, and a pass of the turn over to Michael. Michael's got to do something that feels a little bit drastic to try and get a little bit more ball position. Here comes the second Jewel Eagle, but I think he needs to get rid of the Nexuses.
Yeah, I think so. We just need some response because everything's going to get bounced back to hand. It's just.
He needs a Nexus of his own as well, as Michael. Game 1 we saw him just flood the ball with 2 copies of Phantasmal, 2 or 3 copies of Blessed Cathedral as well, and it's just not quite happened for him in this game.
To show the impact of Nexuses in this game, which is why everyone's playing the red.
Burning Force.
Burning Force.
Yeah.
Everyone's taking Burning Force into their decks regardless of what colour they're playing to deal with Nexuses because they have such an impact in the game. So
even just having it as a sideboard option, it gives you so much different scope for when you are playing, say a deck like this that relies so heavily on its engine, its consistency, to have those Nexuses on board, to throttle a deck like that away from that kind of resource. It puts Yellow in a position that they are in now, as we see, I think for the first time today, Enterprise.
Yes. I don't think we've seen Enterprise at all up until now.
And this is crazy considering how big this card was in the launch event. I remember the amount of conversations that we had with between me and you, between Ross Gilbert, who's over in Turin at the moment, getting ready to cast the Pokemon regionals over there. So good luck to him, Ross. Good on him, if you're tuning in. It's all over there. But this is just a big monster of a defensive card.
So I mean, it's obviously got armor up against anything other than yellow.
Yeah. But in this matchup, it's not the armor that matters. It is just the pure force. It's the fact that you can dump 4 cores onto it, like Alex has got, and you've got 12,000 BP. And if it blocks out, it's going to be able to block again.
Yeah. And that's quite impactful. Knowing you're going to have a huge spirit like that, it's not going to die when blocking, and it's going to block twice.
Yeah.
Huge.
So here comes the Beast Lyn that was found off of the turtle that was played down initially, remembering to activate the Wind Summon effect. And he's going to need to sacrifice the turtle as well to make sure that you can get one core onto that Phantom Beast. It's a nice little, again, a nice little nuanced play of just thought process of going, look, okay, I'm happy to just let one of these smaller little things go into the trash, and that means I can get some real significant board presence.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolute Ice Shield again there for Alex, saving Alex's
Alex's turn. Which is an interesting. I'm torn about whether that was the right decision to pop that or not, because you've still got Enterprise there, and it was only the War Eagle that was swinging in.
Yeah.
Enterprise is up to level 3, unless I've missed something. What, by level 1 spirits? Oh, it might have been reduced to level 1 by the Lend. That's probably what's happened there. That's what's happened. Okay, so it was the right decision to block that one then. So here comes. Yeah, absolutely. So here comes, I believe that's Liam Ale, once again coming down onto the board line. We're just having a little bit of a read of that card, just making sure he's 100% on knowing what that does. And
I think Alex has put a Sunblessed draw in the burst.
Okay.
A bit of a bluff, I think. I utilised that bluff myself at the launch event. Puts your opponent to query whether it's an absolute Ice Shield or not.
Yeah.
Alex has obviously used...
Digimon players, that is time on overtime. Digimon players, that is time on overtime.
Okay,
Please raise your hand and wait for a judge if you need to record a tie.
Sorry about the interruption there, guys. As I was saying, Alex
Table
used
57, please report your result or report to a judge.
So Michael's not going to know that. So
Yeah.
It's going to be important to see what happens next now.
All of a sudden, we've got a couple of little bodies on the side of the field, Michael, as well. Double Freezer Tail and a Pentan. Looks like they're now in attack step of Michael.
Okay.
And there's your signal. So the wife being taken, there's your signal.
Carter 118 right and Zandermon 93, please report your result.
No, that's definitely not absolute Ice Shield. If the attack from Lynn can go through, not
never mind.
Press anything, however, though. And I think that's the right decision. No overcommitment there from Michael's side of the field.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Michael's in the position. Michael knows that Alex doesn't have an absolute Ice Shield there. And really dictate how Michael decides to move forward with this. Alex really needs to think about potentially what to do. Alex, the good thing about having the Sunblessed draw is that you can give 2 extra cards in hand.
Yeah.
Obviously, can't afford to take any more life now.
Yeah. Well, he's just popped one. He's actually just casted a Starblessed draw. So if there is another Starblessed in the burst zone, Starblessed, of course, activating is whenever an opponent resolves an on-summon effect. Yep. So if there was another turtle, for example, to come out, then Alex would have the opportunity to flip and draw 2, and he's just going to extend the hand, and that's going to do it. Michael's has taken it with Yellow Godbeast. And with Godbeast, double Godbeast in hand there as well. Didn't even need to play the out in that final game. That's a really great finish to that game and a great finish to the event as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Wouldn't have saw this Yellow playing so well in the final. But you know what? Again, people weren't really expecting Yellow.
Yeah.
And everyone's got their decks ready to counter the purple and the red decks and the white decks that we've seen. Yellow's really come and surprised us today. So.
Well, it's interesting because I think it was one of the decks, I believe in Palm Springs Grand Open in the top cut of there. Yellow was the most represented deck in the top cut, but didn't win, I think. I think it was white that ended up winning Palm Springs, and then purple was the one that won German one. So, yeah, players are aware that this is a really strong deck build and things like that, but it's managed to go the distance.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Interesting to see, as you said, we did have Yellow Fable Beasts in 4th and 5th in Palm Springs, so yeah, it was represented well, and yeah, top 16, quite a few Yellow Fable Beasts in Palm Springs that didn't really quite make it to the final, but today we've seen Yellow take the win. And as we were saying, it's a good aggro deck, at the same time it's really good mid-range as well.
Yeah.
So depending on how the board goes.
Digimon players, your round 5 pairings have been posted.
Congratulations to Michael.
That's Digimon players, round 5 has been
I think we might
posted.
be able to be getting a word with Michael in just a moment. You just see there he's just sorting out his deck, perhaps maybe getting himself a little bit of a list picture, making sure that everybody in his local community knows that this is the list to beat. And
Absolutely. So commiserations to Alex, well played final there. We saw Alex last 2 rounds there.
So just continuing to thumb through his deck, I think that probably just getting some of the cycle cards out there as well. But what a great event in general, I think, honestly.
I think, it's been a fun event, especially watching these 4 rounds, to see this game and how versatile it can be. I think that's the important thing about Battle Spirit Saga is you're not going to be, it's not going to be a linear pattern of play that you see in other card games.
Yeah.
You can almost predict what's going to happen in certain card games when you're playing. Like Battle Spirit Saga is all down to how the player chooses to play and utilise everything that's available to them. Because there are so many different aspects of the game you need to consider, especially all those flash stages as well.
And it's, I think, a great, like you said there rightfully, it's a great advertisement and a great showing of what the game can do at its best level. These players have fought through 4 very, very hard rounds to get to where they are. And it looks like that Michael is now just going to be guided over to us at the desk.
Final call, Digimon round 5 pairings are up. Please take your seat and get ready to play.
To be able to have a chat with Michael coming in. Michael, hi mate, welcome to the streaming area, and first off, congratulations.
Thank you.
How do you feel?
I was worried. Yellow's not won an event yet.
But there you go. You've managed to be the first pilot. What was your thinking bringing Yellow to the event?
So I've seen the Dual Eagle that says at level 1 your opponent can't block, and then God Beast says your 2 drops can't be blocked by level 2 or above, and then Phantom Beast says if you've got 3 or more 2 drops you can't block. So go hit the camper, go Dual Eagle when they go wide, swing, take some life, gain some life. They panic, they core up. God Beast 2 drops. Now you can't block with 2 cost or more. And then just sit on magic cards and nexuses till you can get that combo going.
Yeah, and we saw it to great effect, that ability to sort of manipulate some of those blocker choices and things like that. I want to pick apart and take a look specifically at Game 2. Obviously, Game 1 went really nicely for you. You had a lot of different draw engines going. None of that happened in Game 2. You didn't find any of the Blessed Cathedrals, didn't find any of the Phantasmals. What was going through your head when you were trying to navigate that?
I opened the deck with 4 magic cards and 4 spirits, and I thought, if I've drawn 4 spirits, I'm due some nexus and magic. And then I drew 2 more spirits, and I'm like, oh no. But I had a good split between my 2 costs and my blesseds. So I thought if I put some 2 drops on the board and build up some reduction, I can get my eagles out, I can set things off. And he just kept bouncing and rewarding. And then it was a case of, I got lucky and I saw the God Beast and thought, alright, I pay full price for the eagle, he can't bounce it, sit on the eagle, get a second eagle out, sit on that one. And then that gave me enough reduction to play with the Phantom King and the God Beast and make a lot of my stuff unblockable again. So I managed to get the same play style just in a roundabout fashion.
And that Phantom King did so much great work for
Oh,
I think
Phantom King's the MVP today. It's won me multiple games.
Yeah, I think me and Taj said a couple of times throughout the day that it's a card that we've not really come across so much because we were sort of surmising with its high cost initially with a 9 cost and it maybe being overlooked, but we've just seen it's done so much work.
Well, the way I looked at it is pre-Dual Eagle, there's no reason to want Phantom King over God Beast, but then once Dual Eagle became a thing, Phantom King synergised with both the Blessed level 1 side of things, but also the God Beast level 2 side of things. Because when you summon the Phantom Beast, you treat all your opponent's stuff as level 1 for each Fable Beast you've got, which makes all your Dual Eagles live. And its level 3 ability says if you've got 3 or more 2 costs, he can't be blocked. So not only can he not be blocked if you've got the 2 drops, if you've also got the God Beast, well now your 2 drops and him can't be blocked. So it's like he synergizes really well. In my last game, I think it cost me 6 or 7 to play him, but then he ended up winning me the game. So like, if I can pay 7 to gain 2 life back, why not?
Alrighty, Digimon players, you may begin your round 5.
Perfectly here by yourself. Michael, congratulations. Well done on winning the convention event today.
Thank you.
Well, Taj, there you have it. Some great insight there from our Friday convention event winner, and a great display of Battle Spirit Saga in total as the game itself. Taj, any final thoughts?
Yeah, it's just fantastic to see, and you can see that, you know, Mike put so much effort into building that deck, understood the synergy of what it was meant to be doing, and that's what you like to see. People who've play tested work really hard to build their decks, come in here and, you know, all that hard work, delivering the results and getting the reward it deserves. So congratulations to Michael. A great event today. Really enjoyed it myself. It's been great co-hosting with yourself.
Absolutely.
So we're just looking forward to coming back tomorrow, you know, for some One Piece.
And we will be back tomorrow, but until then, we will leave you with the rest of the Digimon Regional Championships. Don't go anywhere for that. But from us here at the desk, Bluey and Taj, we'll see you tomorrow.